So you can see there's some changes here, and Kim might do a better job at walking through what this does, but it provides some kind of a backstop for if there were a situation where the tribal governments did not make a recommendation or there was disagreement, so that there was not a unanimous recommendation. The governor would then have the ability to appoint a member of a tribe and to rotate it. So this provides I think it's kind of a safety net in case there's not a uniform decision on appointments by the tribes. But again, I think Kim is here, so could provide a little further light upon this. And that is what I've got for you on this bill. And I can stop screen sharing maybe so folks can see each other.
Thank you, Sam.
Okay.
And before we go any further, I got a message that we were not live on YouTube. I don't know if that's...
Yes, Senator, that's why I was on the phone for the past 5 minutes. So I took it down and relaunched it, and now we've got confirmation that we're streaming. So my apologies for the glitch there.
No problem. I just didn't know if I was the only one getting that message or not. So, but thank you. Senator Woodson with a hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder if Sam could go over again the difference. I couldn't read on my screen, the difference between the AG language and the representatives.
So I think it does two things. One is that it provides a little more general language to describe the tribes. So it uses the term, instead of Wabanaki tribes, it uses the term federally recognized Indian nation, tribe, or band. And I think that is to provide a little broader language, and in case there's any changes, it sits a little better, I think, in statute. The other change is that it provides language that says, basically, if the tribes do not make an appointment or do not make unanimous appointment, it gives the governor the ability to make that appointment of a tribal member on his or her own. So it provides kind of a safety net. So just to make sure that there is that tribal appointment if something goes wrong and there is not a unanimous joint recommendation out of that the group of tribes who would initially be tasked with making that decision. So it's kind of a second option in case the first option fails.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Sam, for clarification, that came from the Attorney General?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you. Representative Brennan, followed by Representative Crockett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just ask at this point if we could ask Representative Newell to comment on the changes that hopefully that she's proposing in conjunction with the Attorney General.
Thank you. Good morning, Representative.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the question. We received the proposed language from the Attorney General's office Friday evening about 7:30. That was following a meeting that we had with the Attorney General on Thursday relating to another bill. And the language of this bill came up during that time, and then the proposed recommendations came in on Friday evening. So I apologize for the short notice in coming to the committee this morning. We do have the same understanding as Sam presented. It just kind of expands upon the Wabanaki tribes. And that was part of the conversation that we had with the Attorney General's office. Initially, the language came out of the revisor's office indicating Wabanaki Confederacy, which I was concerned about. So we switched it to Wabanaki tribes. But this clearly kind of defines Wabanaki. But again, I do believe the Assistant Attorney General is in the room as well, if the committee would like to hear from her.
Right.
Thank you. Yes, for clarification, that would be great.
Is that Kimberly, Representative Newell?
Yes,
Okay,
I believe so.
thank you.
Good morning.
Hello. Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the committee. My name is Kimberly Pat Worden. I'm an Assistant Attorney General. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you this morning.
So go ahead, I'm sorry.
Sure. So I think there was a question generally about the language that was proposed. So the reason why Wabanaki tribes was changed to a federally recognized Indian tribe in Maine is really, I think, to provide more clarity to that language. Wabanaki tribes is not defined in statute, but I think the intention was to refer to our 4 federally recognized tribes in Maine, and only those federally recognized tribes. So that's the first part of the proposal. And the second part of the proposal is it does do what Sam suggested, that it provides a backstop in case that there isn't an appointment made or a recommendation made by the 4 tribes. But it also is meant to address what we viewed as perhaps an unnecessary intrusion into the sovereignty of the tribes, and that the state should not be instructing the tribes how to select a member for the Board of Trustees, and that the tribes should themselves make that decision and then make a recommendation to the governor. In particular, there is a protection for internal tribal matters within the Maine Implementing Act, and that the state does not have any authority to interfere in internal tribal matters of the Penobscot Nation and the Passamaquoddy tribe. And so the amendment was also meant to address that there should be a recommendation made, but that the state should not be instructing the tribes on how to make that recommendation.
Thank you very much. We have a hand up with Representative Crocker, please, with a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a clarifying question. When the tribes submit their recommendation to the governor, is that a sole individual, or will there be multiple candidates?
I think ideally there would be a joint recommendation of one person that gets made to the governor. I think that's what the bill contemplates, that there will be one member appointed from one of Maine's 4 federally recognized Indian tribes. Again, if there wasn't a unanimous recommendation, though, if there were 2 recommendations, I suppose then the governor would either pick between them, or the governor would, again, as the language suggests, rotate amongst the members or amongst the 4 tribes in making that selection.
Thank you. Any other questions, folks? Yes, Representative Sampson, and followed by Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I know we talked about, I asked a lot of questions during the hearing. I guess I want to find out from, if I can, from Representative Newell and her insight on this, and actually the Assistant AG. Maybe you have something to weigh in on this, but I'm kind of curious as to, is this bill proposal actually trying to fix something that's not broken? We have had governors from both parties appointing members of the Wabanaki tribe. why would we want to tie the hands? I mean, can you speak to that? I'm really struggling with this.
Thank you.
So from the AG's office perspective, we don't have any view on that question. That would be a policy call for the legislature to make. I'm here to speak to the legality of the amendment and of the language.
Thank you. Representative Newell, you have any clarification that might help? Representative Sampson in that area.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Sampson, for your question. I don't necessarily feel that the system is broken, nor do I feel that it would tie anybody's hands. I think the intent of this bill was most definitely sincere in increase in representation. And I think I'm certain that the testimony that was provided during the public hearing reflected that. So I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury, please.
Were you all set, Representative Sampson? You look like you were going to say something.
No, I'm just sitting forward, paying close attention. Thank you. And thank you, Representative Newell. I appreciate that.
Thank you so much. Representative Newell, my basic question was if you, as the original sponsor of the bill, are you comfortable with the amendment that has been made?
Yes, thank you, Representative Salisbury. I am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Did I see Representative Brennan? Did you have your hand up, sir?
Thank you, Senator. Just briefly, I had a question similar to Representative Salisbury, but just to circle back with the AG, I'm assuming that since you worked with Representative Newell on this language, that you're comfortable with the aqua and the yellow language that's being proposed?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing and seeing none. Yes, Representative McCray.
Just after the fact, Mr. Chair, are you ready for a motion?
I am, sir.
Okay, I would like to move that LD 453 be passed as amended.
I would second that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have the motion by Representative McCray, seconded by Representative Dodge. Everyone clear on the motion? Thank you. I'd like to move the motion then. And so Representative Sampson, sorry, followed by Representative Stearns.
Did you just mention me, sir?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I couldn't hear. Yes, I was just wondering if we could have a quick corner caucus.
Sure, but before that, let's see if we get a question from Representative Stearns first. That might be the same question, but might be something we can clarify.
Senator, I may have the question, but let's go caucus. And then if I still have the same question when we return, I'll raise my hand once again.
Thank you. So in terms of caucus, I need.
And Sam, thank you for your work on this.
Representative Brennan, don't leave me yet. In terms of caucus?
No, I wasn't leaving.
Okay.
I was going to stay right here.
All right.
We could just we can wait for them to come back. And Senator Rafferty, I was mistaken earlier. We don't have any work session for Wednesday. I was looking at the week ahead. So.
Yeah, Wednesday looks like all public
All
hearings.
public hearings, right. And and that was a lot, Sam, to have come together fairly quickly.
Senator, I just wanted to make a note. We do have two quick language reviews, perhaps after we're done the work sessions.
This morning, yeah, that would be good. And not leave it for Friday afternoon when
Yeah.
nobody's going to be too excited about doing that.
Mike, my apologies for not giving you more of a heads up on that bill. I don't know if I talked about that the other day with you or not, but and I don't know when that call's going to come.
That's okay. We're in good shape for 5:15.
Thank
And
you.
then we can do language review. We'll take a break at noon and we'll come back for public hearings. So Joe, Senator, when do you think, where's the bill being presented?
Labor and housing. So.
Oh, okay. So
And
it's a
I
bill
think-
you have in labor and housing. Is
It
it this
is,
morning?
yeah.
Is it this morning?
It was, yes, but I think they have, at least 5, if not 6 bills, and I think I was second from the end, so.
Well, they're probably suffering from your lack of leadership over in labor and housing.
Yeah, we'll see. I'll just say I'm coming back to see how they're doing.
Okay. Well, just let me know either through Sam or you can text me or whatever, and we'll be all set.
Okay.
And Sam Baker,
Yes, Representative.
you had sent everybody a copy of the schedule for this week, right?
Correct, Representative. Yep.
Yeah, I misplaced it somewhere.
It went out on Tuesday, I want to say. We've been trying to get them out a little earlier. So I think it was last Tuesday.
Okay, that might be it. I was
It can be
probably looking
tricky to
back
keep track of all of them.
just a Thursday.
And also, it's always available on the committee website too. Because
Right.
as soon as I
Right.
send it out to the committee, then I immediately publish it to the web. So
Okay.
whichever is more. But
And-
anytime you need me to resend it, it's not a problem. It only takes me a second or two.
Okay, and then we're going to try to, at the conclusion of the public hearings today, do scheduling later this afternoon.
Correct. Yep, but that's my
Okay.
understanding.
All right. And are we just going to stay on this link, or are we going to do a different one?
We'll go on to a different one. I'll send out a different
Okay.
link closer to when we conclude this afternoon.
Okay. Well, this morning, Emery walked me through the corner caucus process. So, and Senator Rafferty, Maddie said she'd be available tomorrow to walk us through that again. So I have it all written down now. I haven't tried it yet, but I got it written down.
We were actually using that in labor, but
Okay,
I remember that where it says there's a red leave sign down the bottom now. Well,
Yep.
the Connor caucus, I basically lit up blue to go to caucus, but
well, that was the one process I hadn't got worked through yet.
yeah,
So-
well, I've done it. Doesn't mean I know what I'm doing yet. You know, you don't do it enough times for it to sink in, you know?
Right.
And is this time for true public confessions? I know this might be dangerous, but I hope that at some point we might have a little tutorial review about how we can leave and return without completely leaving. I've done that a couple of times, and I don't seem to have the process in the correct order of operations.
Yep. Yep.
Thank you.
Well, yeah. Are they? I guess they're not back from their corner caucus yet.
No.
I'm going to run down to the Cross Cafe for coffee. Excuse me, I'll be right back. Actually, I'm running to my kitchen.
That's the same.
So, Senator, are you still teaching?
No, I actually have been going in as a COVID substitute,
Okay.
and but honestly, the work with committees got to be so much. I was doing that a couple of days a week, and I haven't been doing it for about the last 3.
Okay.
It's just hard to do it all.
So, Representative Stearns, are you back? Is it?
Appears we're getting closer. I think we are.
Yeah, I think we're back.
Yeah.
They're back.
I have, looks like everyone's back, and we have a hand raised. Representative Newell.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say thank you to the committee for the committee's consideration as you come upon your vote. I appreciated the process, and I also want to mention, just remind the committee that the University of Maine system did present supporting testimony to the committee, although it wasn't by Samantha Warren. There was a representative from the University of Maine system that did present testimony supporting the bill. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll take the opportunity now to make a comment that I was going to make before we broke for caucus. And that is, of course, this is a very tough bill, as are many. But it's all about that balance, that careful balance between providing this governor and any future governor with the latitude necessary to be able to select the very best people that governor feels would be most fitting at the time for membership on the Board of Trustees, along with that balance of making sure that that all types of geographical representation, racial representation, minority representation exist. And in my opinion, the current language does that. It provides that the right amount of balance. And again, it's an opinion piece, and I'm sure we'll all have our own opinions as we move forward here. But I just wanted to make that comment that this is what it's really all about.
Thank you very much. So we do have a motion on the floor. The motion by Representative McCray and seconded by Representative Dodge is that the motion be ought to pass as amended. Any further discussion? Folks, for voting purposes, I am going to ask that Sam call the roll, please. I'll lose you. I'm afraid I'll lose one of your hands in the windows.
Hey, Senator, are you ready?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
No problem. All right. Senator Rafferty.
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodsum?
Yes.
Senator Woodsum votes yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Yes.
Representative Dodge votes yes. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns?
No.
Representative Stearns votes no. Representative Sampson?
No.
Representative Sampson votes no. Representative Lyman?
No.
Representative Lyman votes no. And Representative Roach?
No.
Representative Roach votes no. So, Senator, we have 8 in favor and 4 opposed.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. Well, folks, thank you for your work on that, but that brings the hearing on LD 453 to a close. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Representative Newell, and then we'll have Sam. We need to get committee reports. Representative Newell?
I just want to say thank you to the committee.
You're welcome.
Have a great day.
Yes, you as well. Sam, my apologies.
I just wanted to clarify the minority report.
Right.
Not to pass.
Thank you.
And Sam, can you give us the vote total for the breakdown?
Me, Sam?
Either one.
You might have to start calling me Baker. Representative, it was 8 ought to pass as amended, and then 4 ought not to pass. 1 absent.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. Again, thank you folks very much. So next up, we have LD 415. That was originally sponsored by Representative Sylvester, if you remember that testimony. This is an act to create new models of Maine manufacturing, employment, and education. And Sam, if you would be so kind as to give us your analysis.
Sure thing. I'm going to go ahead and screen share again here. All right. So this is LD 515, an act to create new models of Maine manufacturing, employment, and education. So this bill requires that the Science, Engineering, and Mathematics Council coordinate the development of higher education programs and public-private partnerships to enhance higher education and employment opportunities in the state. It directs the council to engage with the humane system, the community college system, adult ed programs, FAME, Loring, and private sector stakeholders to develop proposals for a series of programs and initiatives, including, and there's a bunch of different initiatives here, and I'll just walk through them each. Number one is a 5-year dual degree program through the University of Maine system in green tech and entrepreneurship, with a scholarship program for students in the program and seed funding for business development in green manufacturing. A 5-year dual degree program in educational communication and digital tech based at the University of Southern Maine and UMaine Farmington to develop and prepare educators for remote communication, learning, and training platforms. A dual degree program in accounting and green tech at Presque Isle. A platform for occupational licensing in educational communication and digital tech that addresses the needs of new residents to the states, including but not limited to immigrants and refugees. An associate's degree program supported by public-private funding to train students in green tech and engineering at Central Maine Community College. An apprenticeship program in green tech and employment, including but not limited to apprenticeships in solar farm development and operation. One or more loan programs offered through FAME for graduates of educational apprenticeship programs described in this section. And a solar steam train facility based at the Loring Development Authority. The proposal must include, but is not limited to, tax incentives, financing from FAME, formation of a committee to oversee development, an outreach to create a public-private partnership and shared ownership of the state and employees of the facility, and a committee to examine the transition to electric transportation infrastructure and development of manufacturing opportunities to support the transition. The committee heard testimony in favor of this bill and heard testimony neither for nor against the bill. So a list of startups and entrepreneurs in Maine was requested. So that it's a little hard to define who is an entrepreneur and who is a startup, but I did get some information here that I hope is helpful. So there's a national list called the Inc. 5000, which ranks the fastest growing private companies in the country. And Maine did have a number of companies that were included on that list. So I listed them for your reference. I also, and this is perhaps more useful, I have a list of 2020 awardees of funding through the Maine Technology Institute. So there's a diverse group of funded entities here. I listed what their award was, what type of award it was, and where that company is located, so you can get an idea of geographic spread of some startups and what's been happening across the state with those startups. Quite a few here. And there's a link here if you'd like to see prior awardees as well. MTI has quite a bit of information on their website. And they're all over all kinds of different sectors. It's interesting to read through them. I also provided a link to MTI's annual report, as well as some examples of success stories of funded businesses that have done well. The bill is available at that link. There's a proposed amendment by FAME, and also one that I got last night from Representative Sylvester, which I did send out, and that proposed amendment actually is inclusive of FAME's amendment. So it wholly includes FAME's amendment within that amendment. I also, in case you've not seen the Measures of Growth report, which is produced by the Maine Development Foundation, I included a link to that. It's a good report to review. It provides a pretty detailed overview of the state of Maine's economy, and that is produced annually. I also provide a link to the preliminary fiscal impact statement, which estimates a minor general fund cost increase. So I can pull up that amendment here. So that one is this one. So the amendment offered by Representative Sylvester does not too complicated. It does a couple things here. This was at the request of FAME. So instead of saying one or more loan programs, the more general term financing options is used to allow for some greater flexibility in figuring out what works best, I think, instead of saying loan kind of pigeonholes FAME into using that particular pathway. And also reference to other appropriate entities if there are other entities in the state that would, in addition to or instead of FAME, be better options for funding that is provided there. Same thing in number 8 here. And then there's the addition by Representative Sylvester would allow the council to raise private funds as needed to support its work. So those are the two changes in the proposed amendment offered by Representative Sylvester. I'll go ahead and stop sharing so you can see each other. And that is what I have for you on that bill.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Representative Crockett, followed by Representative Roach and Representative Brennan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a clarification on the bill where we list the 9 different, are those actual plans that we want to initiate, or are those ideas that we want this group to consider?
So the bill directs this group to develop proposals for these programs or initiatives. So this, I think it's fair to say it's the first step of this. And Representative Sylvester is here as well too.
Thank you. That's my question.
I think I think I was the one. Representative Sylvester, did you want to respond to that question, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so this is to create plans and action plans in order to put these in effect. So not just to consider, are they good ideas? Are they bad? I mean, these are just ideas that I've discussed with both the university system, the community college system, and others. And folks seem on board with moving forward in this direction and think that it would add to the programming that already exists, and some of the pieces that coordinate the list of things that Sam brought forward this morning to make sure that manufacturing was moving in a coordinated fashion and in this direction.
Thank you. Representative Roach, please, followed by Representative Brennan, Senator Woodson, and Representative McCray.
Thank you. Quickly, just I'm always a huge supporter in anything like this, but I struggle without having a fiscal note I mean, how much is it going to cost? We're going to pass something that we have no idea the cost of, and then is that cost going to come back later on, and then we have to vote on an amendment? Is that how this works? But there's no cost to this, and it seems like it could be a very costly thing to put on to someone.
Sam, you want to respond to that, please?
Sure. And sorry, somebody's drilling on the other side of my wall here in my office, so forgive me if there's some vibration. So the preliminary fiscal, I believe, I believe indicates not a significant fiscal impact because this is just the proposal development stage. It's not the implementation of these measures directly. So I think that is why the fiscal note looks as it does.
Thank you. Representative Brennan, followed by Senator Woodson and Representative McCray.
Thank you, Senator. And I just want to follow Representative Rhodes' question to Representative Sylvester. Thanks for bringing the bill forward. I really think it's a good bill, and I like the amendments. I do get concerned about the private funds to complete the work, particularly for a project like this. So if we were to do that, is there some other sentence that we can add with the review of or approval of for the private funds? Because a project like this could be compromised pretty quickly if the private funds appear to be from a particular special interest. So I don't want to remove the private funds, and you know, our staff analyst is right now there is no fiscal note, but is there another way that we could just have another set of eyes that approve the private funds, so there isn't any appearance of conflict of interest would be removed?
Thank you for the question, Representative Brennan. I am open to adding whatever oversight you wanted. I think that the idea was that they might want to do a study of one
Right.
piece of this or another piece, and I didn't want to add that into the general fund costs. I think the earlier question about the costs in general, this is probably the difference between a first term legislative bill and a third term, understanding that you've got to get all the work together. But one of the things that the committee is to look at is financing and how these proposals would move forward in order to be brought back to this committee to oversee. So I'm open to any amendment that you have, Representative Brennan, on that piece.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Sylvester, thank you for being here. So this is basically putting the different educational institutions in Maine into a think tank mode. Is that correct? In other words, they're going to process different availabilities of programs and funding, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, this is nothing concrete. It's a proposal of possible future ideas. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question, Senator Woods. Always good to see you. This committee already exists. It was created under Governor LePage in order to give a push at that time to STEM programming and to think about how to take some of the projects that the University of Maine had at that time and bring them out into the private sector. So what this bill does is give them a new mission, to bring the best folks together and think about how, what's the next mission? What's the next plan? And I'm pushing them in a direction in order to think about the new economy and to do the planning that they did in the prior administration now to get us ready for the future.
Okay, good. That helps me. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for the question.
Representative McCray, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome to our committee, Representative Sylvester. Good to see you.
Good to see you as always, Dave.
Anyway, you mentioned a couple or three specific institutions in the proposal. Central Maine Community College, University of Maine at Prescott, and some others. I assume that those entities have been contacted and are at this point supportive and supportive of the bill. And I think that if that's the case, I think that this is a really great bill. I totally in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McCray. I appreciate that.
Thank you. And Senator Woodson, did you have another question, sir?
No, I didn't. Thank you very much, sir.
Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Sylvester, for being with us this morning. Nice to see you. My question is in reference to Representative Brennan's question about his concern about the funding mechanism. And I wonder if there must be some precedent that has been set with the prior projects about the wind turbines, the 3D printer, the wood composites. I wonder if there's parallel language that would be helpful to be applied in this case. And Great bill. Let's go for it. Yeehaw. Forward thinking. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Representative Dodge. There are a number of bills that have this sort of language. I went with the simplest version that I found. Right. And there's, there are other bills. You remember there was a solar bill. We've authorized a couple of committees out of Labor and Housing where we allowed them to create public funds or raise public funds and then gave them authorization to spend it in a supplemental budget. And so there's a number of ways to do this. I went with the simplest I could find, figuring that I try to be to tie the hands as little as possible. And the University of Maine had talked about, about expanding the language so that they could move this wherever. And I think that while it talks about specific institutions, that the committee can come back with a plan that broadens that. But I wanted the bill to be for people to be able to see how the project would work in the bill.
Thank you. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to actually pivot off. Want to discuss that point a little bit further. Representative Sylvester, good morning, first of all.
Good morning.
Good to see you. I wonder where my discomfort a little bit is that it's as written currently, the bill's fairly prescriptive around which campuses of our higher education institutions are involved in these projects. And I'm wondering, would you be comfortable in just referring it to the Maine Community College system and the University Maine system to allow them the flexibility to leverage what the resources they have as they best see?
Thanks for the question, Representative Millette. And yes, I'd be open. I'm as a former chair, as I am always, this is the committee's bill at this point. I, as the sponsor, am open to whatever your expertise you think makes it a better bill. And if you believe that language brings us there, then I'm happy to go in that direction.
Thank you, Representative Sylvester. Yeah, I am committee. I definitely feel like, especially with the community college system, there's a lot of, they pride themselves on being really flexible and responsive to changing market needs and demands. And I think we should support that flexibility, and the University Maine system as well. I know they're going through a unification process, or that's not the right word, but you know what I'm talking about. So I think if we could just leave it as the broader systems, I'd appreciate it.
Representative Millette, ask a clarifying question. So you're just in the places where I list specifics, you would just rather see the community college or the University of Maine listed?
Yeah, Maine Community College system and the University Maine system.
Thank you.
Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just a comment. This is it's kind of a unique bill. Well, not unique, I guess, but one of the things that strikes me about the bill is it's incredibly broad, and yet it seems incredibly restrictive within all that broadness, if you will. I don't. To expand on Senator Millette's piece a little bit, I like that idea of giving both systems the latitude to deal with. And I'm wondering, in my own opinion, I would go even further. I would say that there are mechanisms already in place for this work to be done in both systems. That's their bread and butter. That's what they do. They're going to respond to the future. And for that reason, I'm wondering if the bill is even necessary.
Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that there are other states that we are in serious competition with, most significantly Massachusetts, in terms of attracting private public partnerships and economic development and activity. And I believe that was the intent of the former administration, was to give us a better foundation by which we could compete. And it's unfortunate from my perspective that it has languished and hasn't really reached its full potential. And I applaud the sponsor for finding some new energy and bringing people back to the table and allowing folks to kind of reconnect and recommit. So I'm all for this bill and plan to support it as amended. Although I would like to hear Representative Brennan's donation oversight language before we vote.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Brennan, would you be prepared to offer that language at this point that Representative referred to?
Well, Senator, I could make a motion ought to pass on LD 515 as amended. And I'd ask our staff person to draft language relative to the comments made by Representative Stearns and Representative Millette in regards to involving the entire university system and the community college system. And I would also make the motion contingent upon incorporating the amended version by Representative Sylvester. And then I would ask our staff person to find an appropriate accountability mechanism. I was thinking whether or not the executive director of legislative council could approve any private money that's needed to complete the work.
Thank you. Representative Stearns?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I again agreeing with Senator Millette. I think the intent has languished, and I agree with that wholeheartedly. However, I do feel that this bill is overly prescriptive. I have a question, an open question. I'm not sure who can answer it. Does this bill? What is the group that Hannah Pingree is leading out of the governor's office, and would not much of this naturally come forward from that group?
Is there, yes, Sam, you have an answer for that potentially, sir?
That is the Office of Innovation in the future. I don't know specifically the extent that they would be involved in this work, but it's something that I could inquire as to, but that is the name of that office.
Thank you. I have Senator Woodsum, followed by Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support what's being discussed here. I think I'd feel more comfortable if I could see the language that Representative Brennan has suggested before I vote. I do feel that this bill, we need to renew our pledge and seriousness about going forward by taking action to improve our economy and the jobs available in Maine. So, but I would feel more comfortable if I could see the language that has been proposed before I vote. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to second the motion.
Thank you.
Senator, if I might ask Senator Woodsum, if we did, move forward with voting on the bill, our staff person would draft the amendment, draft the language, and then during language review, if there was a problem, we could vote to reconsider. Would that satisfy your hesitation at this point?
Yeah, if we had the chance to reconsider, yes, it would. Thank you.
Okay.
So we do have a motion on the floor by Representative Brennan and seconded by Representative Millet. Any other discussion? Seeing none, then I'm gonna, Representative Stearns, you waited, right? You had to wait.
My apologies, Senator. I was a little slow on the space bar here. I'm still likely going to vote no, or I am going to vote no on the bill, but I really do appreciate that piece that was just discussed about a reconsideration pending, because there are some major changes to this that are going to come forward. So I really am grateful for you folks working that and bringing that up. That could be a game changer.
Thank you, sir. So is everyone clear on, okay, I see I have a lot of heads. Yes. So Sam, again, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote. And just as a reminder, folks, we have to be physically present to vote. Okay. Just for clarification. Sam, if you would be kind enough to do so, sir.
I think Senator. Senator Rafferty?
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson?
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millet?
Yes.
Representative Millet votes yes. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett?
Big yay.
Representative Crockett votes big yay. Representative Salisbury?
Yay.
Representative Salisbury votes yay. Representative Stearns?
Yes.
No.
Representative.
Sorry.
Oh, no problem. Representative Sampson?
Representative Stearns is confusing me. I vote no.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Representative. Representative Sampson votes no. Representative Stearns votes no. Representative Lyman?
No.
Representative Lyman votes no. And Representative Roach?
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. All right. So, Senator, we have 9 in favor of the motion, 3 opposed.
Thank you very much for that, Sam. Folks, thank you very much. And Representative Sylvester, we wish you well moving forward, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the committee. Appreciate your thoughtful consideration of the bill.
Thank you. So folks, I'm going to call the hearing, the workshop on LD 515 to a close. Any questions before we take a break? I think we'll be back at 1 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. Sam, you have an announcement to make? Set me straight is what you want to do. Go ahead.
I just have a couple quick language reviews, if the committee doesn't mind doing those quickly.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and just share my screen to make it easier. So this first one is LD 277. This is the act to discontinue the use of the SAT and MAME. So these are the 2 changes to this bill. The first is a report back to the committee. And that was it, actually. So the committee was considering changing this language here, but ultimately chose not to. So the only change then is the report back by February 1st. So that's it for that one. You good?
Thank you.
And then LD 380. So this is a whole strike and replace. This is the act to change the statutory cap on virtual public charter school enrollment. Gave it a new title because it's going a little differently. So new title, resolve to establish the remote learning task force. Full strikeout. This is an emergency. It is emergency preamble. And the reason I put an emergency preamble on it is to make sure that there's actually time to do this work. So typically you would see this emergency preamble on these types of task forces in order to make sure the appointments are made in time. And you'll see that language here at the bottom, the standard language on these types of bills. Okay, so the bill or the amendment establishes the task force, the remote learning task force, describes the 14 members to be appointed to the task force. So there's legislative appointments as well as outside appointments. This is technically a non-conforming study, and that is because there are more than 13 members on the task force, and there are more non-legislative members than legislative members. So that is why there's this notwithstanding language that you'll see in these in study bills that don't exactly conform to the joint rules. Chair appointments, standard language. Convening of the task force, again, standard language. So the duties are described in section 5. So the duties are to assess the statewide demand for virtual learning opportunities for Maine students in all grade levels, with a particular focus on 7 to 12. Assessment of current capacity for virtual learning, including capacity at public schools, charter schools, and virtual charter schools. Research in the best practices in virtual learning, and establishing recommendations regarding virtual learning, including recommendations for future legislation. And I just need to add an "and" right there. There's language authorizing staff assistance, again, because it's technically a notwithstanding or a non-conforming rule. There's that notwithstanding language there. And then the report back date in the second regular session. So this is a pretty typical study language.
Any questions of Sam?
Just a quick one. Did you mail email those out to us?
Yes, I sent them Thursday, but I can mail them. I can email them out again.
Oh, I see them now. No, never mind.
Yeah,
Sorry.
okay.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, folks? Great. So we'll be back then at 1 o'clock. And if for some reason I am not, I'll give Representative Brennan a heads up that I may be testifying. I'm not sure on that. In any case, enjoy your lunch. Thanks for your work this morning, and we'll see you this afternoon for our hearings.
So Paul, how you doing?
Very good, thanks. And yourself?
Well, there's always, Monday is always getting organized and, but on Saturday I drove to Bangor and got my second shot.
Oh, nice. I'm scheduled for my first one on Friday,
Oh,
and then there'll be
well,
a delay. So
I'm glad to see there's at least one thing I'm ahead of you on.
there are many, my friend.
But the 3 weeks ago when I first went, it was in the middle of a snowstorm, it was 45 miles an hour driving. And Saturday was 55, 60 degrees and beautiful.
It is, this is really amazing. This,
Yeah.
I do maple syrup a little bit, and it's very odd. I almost think it's going to be a bit of a disaster. I think we're going to have a big rush and then shut down.
And are you still recovering well from everything?
Oh, yes. Yeah, my shoulder really bothers me a lot. I've got to go in and have that done whenever our session's done. But my knee's doing very well. Yeah, thank you.
And that's a rotator cuff, right?
Yes.
So the rehab, I understand the rehab around that can be kind of tough.
I had one done probably 20 years ago. And
Oh, you
if I
did?
remember right, it was not much fun.
Okay. Well, at our age, any of those type of things, it just always takes longer to heal.
Well, I'd like to tell you I was trying to rescue someone from a burning vehicle, but actually it was I slipped going out to the barbecue.
Yeah.
A barbecue injury. Jeez.
Well, yeah. Yeah, those but on Sunday, my wife and I drove over to North Conway, and Mount Washington was just stunning, stunning. It's still covered with snow, and it was 65 degrees in North Conway.
Yeah, oh yes, yeah,
just beautiful. But maybe Senator Rafferty can help you out with this rotator cuff, your rotator cuff surgery. He probably has encountered more than one or two rotator cuff problems.
It's unfortunately it's a must do, but it is a slow recovery.
Yeah.
Well, my 15-year-old nephew just had his labrum. Playing football, he tore his labrum, and he's now a month out of surgery, and they're telling him it's going to take him 4 or 5 more months before he's ready to play again.
Wow. Yeah.
And at that age, that might as well, that sounds like 4 or 5 years,
Yes.
Well, he's 15 years old and he's 6'2" and weighs 280 pounds.
Wow.
And he was just named an Under Armour All-American at center.
Ooh.
And
well,
transferring
he'll have
to Kennebunk.
Yeah, hopefully he'll have a good recovery.
But Joe, you would know this now. Now they teach your hands to be out like this when you're blocking. So you see much more injuries and this type of area because they're now teaching to have your arms outstretched.
Yeah.
But 2 years ago, he played in 20 games in 1 year.
Wow.
Including an ESPN All-Star game that was televised nationally.
Wow.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, but
is he already being scouted?
Yeah, he's ranked in the top 80 in the country.
Wow.
Good for him.
Michigan.
Well, I keep telling Ed, he doesn't know this, but I went to Florida State University, so we've been beaten up on Boston College quite a bit.
My condolences, Mike.
Huh? What?
My condolences.
Yeah.
Um,
But Florida State just got through the first round, and tonight they're playing Colorado in the second round of the tournament. So we'll see how they do.
Well, I already gave them the kiss of death, Mike. I put them into my final four, so you know there's no chance.
Well, they got a team that they got the talent. It's just amazing. They show up some games and they can beat anybody in the country, and they show up other games and they can barely beat the worst team in the ACC, which is Boston College.
Oh.
All right, where's Representative Roach when I need him?
One sting at a time. Let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think we are at a quorum. Well, folks, good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed your break. And I'm just giving everyone, especially Mike, a heads up. I've been trying to be in communication with the Labor Committee, and it appears that they told me sometime around 1, but I was just watching, and it's probably not going to be till, I'm guessing, for another 15, 20 minutes potentially, but they're going to call me when the time comes. But
I'm up to 7,500, so we're getting there. 15,000 usually hits me good.
In any case, so this afternoon, whoop, I have to find my gavel here. Welcome back. And this afternoon, the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs is holding a public hearing on a handful of LDs, which I'll get to momentarily, but I just want to remind folks that as we continue to work through this live streaming on the committee's, this will be live streaming on the committee's YouTube page, but basically it means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via the Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is on. And people on the Zoom meeting waiting to testify cannot be seen or heard until they're called upon to speak. This meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after the meeting has concluded. And I would ask that anyone that is going to be called in to testify, please understand that in that transition, you may seem a little bit in limbo, but you will, it takes a little bit of time to come through. But please be sure, if you would, remember to introduce yourself, your resident, home of residence, and also, if you would, any affiliation that you might have in terms of any group or organization. We appreciate that. My name is Joe Rafferty, and I am the state senator down in District 34, which encompasses 6 communities down in York County. I'm going to ask that members of the committee introduce themselves, and I'm going to start with my co-chair, Representative Brennan, please.
Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
Thank you, Representative. And Senator Woodson, please.
Thank you, sir. Dave Woodson, District 33 in York County, which comprises of 7 towns along the New Hampshire border.
Thank you, sir. Representative Crockett.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ed Crockett, District 43, which is the North Deering part of Portland and part of Falmouth. And I took our little lunch break and took a chance to take a run into the trails throughout my district. and they're as beautiful as ever.
Excellent. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jan Dodge, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Representative Lyman.
Good afternoon, Sheila Lyman, District 74. I'm here at the Capitol. I represent Jay, Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative McCray.
Yes, good afternoon, folks. Just a quick aside. I started my teaching career way in the late 60s, and a lunch hour was just that. It was a lunch hour. When I finished in 2016, a lunch hour was about 25 minutes long. I really appreciated having a little over an hour today. So anyway, I'm representing District 148, and thank you. See you.
Thank you. That lunch hour is a rare occasion, I think, in the legislature, though. But,
yes.
No. Representative Millette.
Good afternoon. I'm Rebecca Millette. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
Thank you. Representative Roach.
Good afternoon. Like Representative McCray, I appreciated the hour, went on the walk of the Capitol grounds and actually met with some people. It was a nice hour. So I appreciate it. And I'm Tim Roach, District 7, Wells.
Thank you. And Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Thank you. Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am live from the beautiful state capitol in Augusta, Maine. I'm Heidi Sampson, representing House District 21, Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
And thank you very much. And Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119, which consists of 12 towns in the unorganized territories of Piscataquis County.
Thank you very much. And folks, just a little reminder from my end, please, a couple things. Number one, let's, as we get into the hearing, let's keep in mind that we're guests in one another's home, and keep that in mind in terms of how we interact with one another, if we would. Also, and I mean no disrespect to anyone that may be coming in to present, but myself, and it could be any member of our committee, we serve or may need to leave and testify in other areas. I know I'm going to be called out. At some point, I will leave the committee in the very capable hands of Representative Brennan. And again, and hopefully I'll return a short time after testimony. This afternoon, we have 4 bills that we're going to hear. LD 326, LD 639, LD 350, and LD 552. So first up will be LD 326, which is an act to authorize the lifetime teaching certificates that the first person we'll hear from. I'm going to call this to order first. Just want to open the session on LD 326. And the sponsor and first speaker this afternoon is going to be Representative Fecto. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. And so good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and my colleagues on the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I am Justin Fecto, and I proudly represent House District 86, which consists of the western and northern portions of Augusta. I'm proud to support and stand up for our students and teachers. Today, my support is for our long-serving, highly qualified teachers. I fully believe that teachers with 20 plus years of successful service should be awarded lifetime teaching certificate. Our long-serving teachers are leaders in their schools, leaders in their communities, and have proven themselves to be invaluable assets. I know there are discussions every day at the Department of Education, within this committee, and in each district to, quote, take something off their plate. Well, here is something. By awarding lifetime teaching certificates, we are graduating senior teachers from the paperwork race. We are refocusing their attention from the cross building in Augusta to the classroom. This bill does not stop or get in the way of any professional development the teacher must do, may do, and/or wants to do. As you know, teachers participate in robust professional development that has seen positive changes within the last few years. This professional development the teacher conducts locally is for their own personal growth and evaluation. This includes compulsory training, book studies, classes, working groups, professional cohorts, department meetings, college courses, etc. This bill just removes one hurdle for approval from the department for teachers with 20 plus years of service. The eligibility for this bill is very straightforward. In order to receive a lifetime teaching certificate, one must hold a valid professional teacher certificate issued pursuant to this title and have taught in the state within the area of endorsement on the person's professional teacher certificate for at least 20 years while maintaining a teaching certificate issued pursuant to this title. Teachers who would hold the certificate would still need to follow all federal rules and regulations and can still be revoked using the same rules and regulations. There would still be criminal records checks, and I added in the provision that would where they'd have to provide proof of any future special education training requirements. I hope you see that this does not this changed. I hope you see that this does not change anything that would be done for professional development on a local level. This removes one hurdle for our most experienced teachers. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions of Representative Fecto at this time? Representative Brennan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just didn't want Representative Fecto to leave without having at least one question. But to me, the obvious question is why 20 years as opposed to 15, 25? What happens at 20 years that you think puts a teacher in a position to grant a lifetime certificate as opposed to some other point in their career or some other training or academic achievement that might be a milestone as well? In other words, why did you pick 20 years as a milestone for the lifetime certification?
Thank you for that question. I chose 20 years to start a conversation. Okay. I thought it was far enough out that maybe it would, just kind of, the person's been around for quite a while. I'd be much more willing to entertain something lower than 20 years. I just thought it would be the start of a good conversation, and I thought I had to choose something, so I started with 20.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Thank you. I had Senator Woodson, followed by Representative McRae and Representative Roach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Fecto, is this something that was requested by you to submit? And is there other states that have followed this path?
Thank you, Senator. This is an idea that I had come up with. The invention of lifetime teaching certificates or teacher tenure is not a new idea at all. But this was not given to me by another organization. This is something that I just thought was something that we should move along in this state. I know other states, I think New Jersey has only a few years to earn teacher tenure, or at least they used to in the past. And so, no, not by another organization. I just think this is a great way to, quote, take something off of their plate without getting in the way of any professional development, because I know that can be a concern.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McRae, followed by Representative Roach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Representative, my former seatmate in this committee. I'm going to preface my question a little bit, knowing that every 5 years teachers have to have the equivalent, either 90 hours of contact, focused updating and training, or the equivalent thereof. And knowing that other professions have recertification requirements every so often, every 2 years, every 5 years, every 10, I don't know, probably every 10 years in some cases. Do you think that these experienced teachers, that I would have been happy not to have to go through all of those things, But do you think that during that 90 hours, if that were removed, that a noticeable percentage of teachers might not do the full 90? And do you think that would affect their staying current in the profession? Thank you.
So I definitely appreciate the question, and I've done a lot of thinking around this. And I know as a seatmate to you in the committee, we spoke a lot in the 129th about the cohort system and the professional development and evaluation system, especially eye observation is the one that we discussed quite a bit. And I really think that with that, and now that the number of teachers on the evaluation board, I think a lot of the professional development at schools is already baked in. And with all the other workshops and everything you're going to do, I really think that most teachers on a local level are on that path for those CEUs anyway. So I don't think it'll get in the way of professional development, because much of that is already baked into your evaluation process anyway. So I just think it's a process best handled at the local level, and that simply printing out a certificate with a little number next to the letters CE and U and being able to present them to the Cross Building, Department of Education in Augusta, doesn't really enhance the education process. All it does is delay the process for you to continue your profession that you've already been doing for 20 plus years, as this bill speaks to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Representative Roach, please.
Thank you, Chairman Rafferty. And thank you, Representative Fecto, for being here and presenting this bill. I'm definitely in support. I'd be even more support in the 10 to 12 year range. Like you said, it was just you throwing out the 20 year. From what I see nowadays, maybe the way we did certification before, this was a more important thing than it is today, because as you, I think, just said, a lot of our professional development is done anyway. You do it in-house almost on a monthly, if not weekly basis for a lot of our teachers. We're in, as you know, and a lot of people are in this, we're in these meetings every day to get even better. And especially now, during this time, we've spent countless hours in professional development on how to run a good Zoom or how to, whatever it is. And I really do support this bill. I would love to see it even reduced by a little bit more. So if we're in that thinking, I would like to see it reduced. So thank you again for being here.
Thank you, sir. Representative Crockett.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Representative Fecto. I'm kind of looking at it in the opposite extreme to Representative Roach, in the sense that I think 20 years is quite the short window, and I'll pose my question this way. If you have a teacher enter the system at age 25, from 45 to say they retire, based on number 4 in the bill, where the department would not require a holder of the lifetime teaching certificate to provide any proof of professional development. That feels to me like there's an opportunity there of some teachers in their later years not staying current. Would you agree?
I would think that, thank you for the question. I would agree if the Department of Education was the only checkpoint, that may be true. However, the Department of Education is like the third verification, the third or fourth sets of eyes on your education. That so I don't think it does that at all. Currently, if I did no continuation of professional development, one, I would have definitely used all my sick days at school, so I could have missed all those meetings. And two, I would be escorted out of the building because I would have the most abysmal evaluation of all time. And so, like I believe I discussed, I can't remember who asked the question, a lot of this professional development is already baked in. A lot of these credits are automatically happening. And so I don't think that you proving it to the department has anything to do with a teacher doing it, or if we look away, you know, if the cat's away, well, the mice will play. And I just don't think that's possible anymore with eye observation and the way the evaluation committees work. The way we've moved over the last several years it's not possible. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, of course, I'm at the disadvantage of not being a teacher. So I'm obviously looking at it from the outside and not totally up to speed on what the steps are as far as keeping your development moving forward. But thank you.
I'd be very willing to show you where in the rules the professional development happens, and even what eye observation is all about. It's extremely robust. I know Representative McCray is very read up on it as well, and I know that because I sat next to him in committee last time. It's a very robust program that kind of like choose your own path, follow your own journey. And this is what you need to do in order to get a favorable evaluation, and it's being done at the local level of every school district.
Okay, I may grow to resent this, but I look forward to reading that.
You will resent that.
Thank you very much, Representative. And Representative Salisbury, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So something that you just said, Representative Fecto, about the professional development and these training opportunities that happen automatically, like Representative Roach said, that are happening in your district that you currently work at. They're not necessarily something you sign up for, or they're things that happen. So would you agree that it's relatively easy to get the required time in that you need for your teacher certificate renewal, or is it difficult to get?
And thank you for the question. I think that's a logical secondary question with how I've been responding. And so easy is kind of a relative term. If I show up to work and I do my professional obligations, some of the stuff automatically happens with what I'm professionally obligated to do. But with eye observation, it's done at a local level, determined on whether I can choose all of my elements, some of my elements, none of my elements, and then how I'm going to get there. So that's being done on a local level to see if I'm trying to do a certain element because I'm trying to professionally develop in a certain way that I have chosen for myself because my district has allowed me to do it. I have a variety of ways to do that. I can take a college course, do a district-wide book study through some sort of professional organization within my science or social studies professional organization. And then some things would be baked in by the district saying, hey, these are the elements that our district is going to work on, whether it's showing proof of a learning target or tracking student growth within various assessments. So I guess I'm answering this better in my head and in my sleep than right now. But easy is a really weird word, and it's easy and education never really go hand in hand. So I would definitely say no, it's never easy, but a lot of the stuff happens automatically. And on a local level, the further elements of eye observation and the professional development is handled differently from Augusta to Portland to Bangor to Brewer, wherever. Gosh, I'm doing very well answering these questions today.
No, you're doing fine. Thank you very much. I guess what I'm just trying to figure out if a teacher was given this lifetime certificate after teaching for the 20 years, and so they are 45 years old, but then they aren't a part of any sort of specific educational group. They don't teach at a school, or they aren't a part of an organization, and then take some time off and then go back and teach. They have a lifetime certificate, but they haven't had the benefit of being a part of an organization which provided those trainings that you talked about. But yet they can teach with this teaching certificate. So that's what I was trying to assess by that.
Thank you for that. And I do not believe there's any district out there where a teacher would receive a favorable evaluation in any stretch of the means if they did not go out above and beyond from the stuff that just happens to you as your professional obligations in the district. I don't believe it would be even possible to receive a favorable evaluation locally without going out there and receiving extra training. I can't even cook up the scenario in which I would be able to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Dodge, followed by Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Representative Fecto, seatmate on the other side. Nice to see you. My question is, can you help me remember or inform me about how a difference of opinion might be handled at the local level about whether or not a class or an experience would count for professional development? And is there a consistent application statewide that says, if you take a class, here's the process. If your local committee has some disagreement about whether that's something that you should be doing in your plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know that's also a very good question. I think your local steering committee is a great way to go to start. I would never sign up for a college course for professional development without it being okayed, or go to a workshop because I'd have to take time off from work without it being okayed. And then my plan is approved by my supervisor, which is usually the assistant principal or the principal. So my plan on how I'm going to accomplish my professional development is already approved. And so when I get set in my cohort, I've got my points figured out on how I'm going to get a favorable evaluation, that it's already set in, it's already baked in, and it's already on its way to being approved. So I just, as far as a universal code of what's acceptable and what's not, I don't know if the state of Maine says if you take this works outside of like exceptional student in the regular classroom and some of the praxis stuff we have, that I know that the state kind of does in a more universal manner. But I think locally we've really delegated that responsibility to the local districts, but with your steering committees. And now teachers are half of the committee now. So that's being dealt with and steered by your peers.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So you aren't seeing that there would be a need for any sort of, for lack of a better word, arbitration of, heck, I really want to take these two classes, a local steering committee saying that's really outside of your scope, we wouldn't approve that. We don't need to get into the weeds there. You feel that that's pretty okay?
I think that's already being done as a natural process anyway, especially with all of our many districts that are offering tuition assistance, that in order to have anything paid for, half paid for, time off to go to this thing, it's already being approved up and down the chain, from the superintendent's signature all the way down to the principal and the department heads. So those checks and balances are already there right now.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, please, of Representative Fecto? Seeing none, sir, we just want to thank you for your testimony and being with us today. We appreciate it, and good luck with this moving forward.
Thank you, Senator.
Next up, speaking for a proponent is Grace Levitt of MEA. Good afternoon.
Senator, I think Representative Stearns might have a question.
Representative Stearns?
Yes, thank you. I don't know if this is the appropriate time or not, but I'm wondering if for the work session, if we could get a list of states that have a similar lifetime certification, that kind of thing. That'd be very helpful.
See what I can find.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Grace Levitt. I'm a high school Spanish teacher on leave from Greeley High School in SAD 51, serving as president of the Maine Education Association. And I am speaking here on behalf of our members in support of LD 326. I will refrain from just reading the written remarks that I've sent in. I did send in written testimony, but instead I have a list of points of information on questions that were just asked that I would just as soon weigh in on. I think it might be a little bit more helpful. I will say that I was a little skeptical at first when I saw this. I've been a classroom teacher for over 43 years, and I know how much things change. Certainly over 5 years, 10 years, no matter the length of time, things are constantly changing and one needs to keep up with the changes in order to do what is best for our students. But understanding a couple of things. Representative Fecto did use the word tenure at one point. I do want to correct any possible misunderstanding. This is not talking about tenure. We do not have tenure. This is a lifetime certificate so that you are licensed to and credentialed to teach. I did a quick Google search. Washington State, Missouri look like they do have similar lifetime certificates. I was a little surprised by that. Obviously, a little more thorough research will be done by your analyst here. That was just a quick thing. Representative McCray asked about the 90 units. I'm not sure where the 90 came from. If that was just sort of a random arbitrary number itself, I do know that I've known of colleagues that have taken a college course in order to meet the requirement, even though the college course really wasn't terribly useful for them, but they were sort of in a need of getting that the professional development done in that way. That was the quickest way for them. So they took something that related, and yes, it was approved, but did it really have the impact you would want it to have? Representative Crockett had some concerns as well about the length of time. Whoops, I forgot to write down the specifics on that one. I'll go on to Representative Salisbury, who asked whether it was difficult or easy. I think with so much professional development, as Representative Fecto said, going on in our districts, that there is a lot that you're already doing that you don't even stop and document for part of your recertification. Having to stop and document it is yet another task to do. And so removing that after 20 years, if you get the lifetime certificate, and that is if you get it, you have to apply for it, I understand from what's read in the bill. It's just another task that really is just adding to the unnecessary paperwork, if you will. A lot is going on in our districts. MEA provides a lot of professional development for members as well on the latest topics and interesting topics that members easily avail themselves of, and will continue to do that. Representative Fecto mentioned the evaluation process, and I had almost forgotten about that because I've been out of the classroom for a couple of years, but you do have to set goals as part of your process. And those goals have you outline what you will do in order to meet those goals. And it certainly includes professional development of all kinds of things. So again, that's ongoing. It's part of what you do. And last of all, let's see, as far as the consistency of the process and approval, I would say from what I hear, it seems somewhat inconsistent. And so that would be something certainly that this would help with. In some cases, I've been able to document what I did. In other districts, I've heard you have to have a certificate from the event and maybe there isn't one available. And so it's, certainly just another part of not a huge problem, but another thing that could be dealt with better by providing this lifetime certificate. I do think 20 years is actually, this is just my opinion off the cuff, is an appropriate length of time. When I think about folks who are entering the teaching profession as a second career, I think that certainly that is, a concern if they're entering at, say, the age of 50. Are Are they quite the established educator after 5 or 10 years that somebody who did enter at 25 and has been there for 20 years? I think 20 years shows a real commitment to the profession that we want to see if we're talking about retaining qualified educators in our schools. And so even though he just sort of picked that out of the air from what it sounds like, it seemed like a reasonable number of years given my own experience, simply. And so we do support this going forward. We think it would certainly be helpful and would not in any way preclude all of our educators who are professionals in doing what they need to do to maintain their professional learning and have that ongoing as they continue in their careers. And I'm glad to answer any questions.
Representative Millette, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Levitt.
Hi.
So over my time in the legislature, I have heard concerns about diminishing opportunities for professional development, especially during tough budgetary times. Does this requirement that's looking to be modified, perhaps, would it act at all as an incentive for districts to keep these programs in place? And would we then lose that if we were to make this change?
I have been asked so many times about asking for predictions of what could happen this year, especially. I don't know. I would certainly want to be sure that the professional development that goes on in our districts has our educators' voices in determining what is needed for educators. I would certainly want to still see support from our districts for any outside PD to be provided, whether it's the leave time or the financial support to take things. I think that that is part of what you need, whether you need to document it to keep a certificate or not. So I would not want to see this having a negative impact on any of that, if that's sort of where you're leading with the question. That is a bit of a concern, actually, that I hadn't thought of.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, folks? Yes, Representative Dodge, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Levitt, for being here. My question is following along in the same lines as my earlier question about if your local perhaps might say to you, we've provided through workshop days all of these professional development opportunities as part of your, as Representative Fecto said, baked in, and we want to ask you to go beyond that. Can you turn that situation both up and down in your thoughts about how that might be a positive or a negative, please? Thank you.
So again, I think that that would tie in with what I've set as goals, which would be something that's agreed upon with the administration. At least that was the process I'm familiar with, and it sounded like it was with Representative Fecto in his district as well, that these are things that I want to get better at, that I've identified as needs in my practice, or new topics that I would need to be more up to date on. And so I would think that that would need to be supported as part of just continuing to be a quality educator in the school system. So I don't recall a time, well, yes, there was, when we started the International Baccalaureate program at SAD 51. We did have to go for quite a bit of training for that. Nobody said I had to do this. It was if I wanted to teach in that program, I had to have that training. It's a requirement of that program, for example. So there are probably other examples better than that one, where there might be something where there's a need in the district. And so you're being asked to go for some sort of a training above and beyond what's provided. It happens. So AP and other advanced placement programs I've taught, I've certainly gone for continued training in that. As things have changed and keeping up with things. Not sure if I answered your question, but I think I did. Okay.
Thank you. Representative McCray, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Ms. Levitt.
Good to see you.
Our paths cross yet one more time, and probably many more to come. At first glance, I sort of got a little bit of my back up against this bill, a little bit perhaps like you did when you first saw it. Just the 90 hours came from, it used to be a 3-credit course, was 15 weeks of 3 hours a week. That's 45 hours. We had to take 2, that's 90 hours. That's kind of the roots of that. That's the history that I lived. And I'm kind of thinking that this eye observation, as Representative Fecto mentioned, I taught my last 2 or 3 years with that. I think it's a great program. It is the best. It's very time consuming if done properly. So I think it's a good thing. That's comment. But my question would be, perhaps somewhere in the middle, going from what is now supposedly 90 contact hours, might there be something that would have the same steering committee approving certain recertification issues or components halfway, maybe a 45 hour or something like that? Might that be something that would help keep people current even after 10 years beyond their lifetime certificate, just to keep them more current than just evaluating what they're doing right now?
That's certainly a thought that the maker of the bill may want to consider as a potential amendment. Again, this was something that wasn't something we were seeking by any stretch. It was like, oh, this is interesting, interesting thought. And as you said, I had the same sort of reaction as you, but in thinking back on it, I was first certified in Massachusetts. I don't recall that I was there for 10 years and I don't recall having to be recertified at the time. I don't know if the rules have changed then. So it was a little bit of a shock coming to Maine, knowing that I had to recertify every 5 years. Certainly doable for me, but I can't speak for others.
Okay, thank you.
Again, I don't think I'm doing a better job of answering your questions here either, as Representative Fecto expressed, but
Well,
sorry.
it's kind of it's a new territory.
Yeah.
Thank you. Representative Millette, please.
Thank you. Beg everyone's indulgence, but I am reviewing some submitted testimony from Dolly Sullivan at Educate Maine, and it does in her testimony say that 44 states do require teachers to continue to complete continuing education requirements. And then what my question is, Ms. Levitt, is there is this interesting mention about how Wisconsin discontinued their license renewal process and teachers were not happy. The teachers viewed this as contributing to a devaluing of their profession. And that does kind of raise a concern for me as well. I mean, there are many, we talk a lot in the education committee about how our educators are professionals and require a professional salary. And a number of us are working really hard to try to make that happen. Upon further thought, do you think that may be an appropriate concern?
It certainly is a concern. It hadn't occurred to me that it would be viewed that way, as devaluing us as professionals. I will continue to say part of being a professional is continuing to learn and grow and improve. And so I just see that as part of what educators do as part of the profession. So for anyone to be doing this with the intent that it's devaluing the profession, and I did not hear that in the sponsor's remarks or feel that that was his intent, but if it were to be viewed that way, that would absolutely be a concern, because we are and have been, as have you, been working to elevate the profession of education and to be attracting folks, recruiting more people to the profession, because it is indeed a very rewarding profession. And we need to maintain those standards, absolutely. Getting educators on the Professional Standards Board up and running again has been great. We have an active educator now on the State Board of Education, which is wonderful, along with the other educators, retired educators on there as well. So all of that is helping to do this. I'm not sure if there might be a way to address that concern and still be able to have some sort of a lifetime certificate. I certainly will think about it. So because you do raise absolutely a good point, that would never be what I would want to see as an unintended consequence of this.
Thank you. Any other questions of Ms. Levitt? Seeing none, we'd like to thank you for your testimony here today and your expertise. We appreciate you being here and your availability.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Stay well.
Excuse me. That's the last speaker we had that was a proponent of the bill. We have a person to speak neither for nor against. That would be Eileen King. And Eileen will be followed by Steve Bailey, Dolly Sullivan, and Courtney Bellowland.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. I am Eileen King, Executive Director of the Maine School Superintendents Association, testifying on behalf of the Legislative Committee of the Maine School Superintendents Association, neither for nor against LD 326. Concerns that educators who would earn a lifetime certificate after 20 years of teaching would not continue to participate in professional development activities, or that they would not remain current in their profession, could not be farther from the truth. As a component of most of our district's educator evaluation systems, teachers are required to establish yearly goals and identify the ways in which they will achieve the goals they have set. This process includes the development of a goal, the actions that will be taken, a targeted completion date, and the evidence of goal attainment. These goals are often a result of a self-assessment that focuses on the professional practices and after reviewing and reflecting on their students' achievement data. Many times, educators are asked to work with colleagues by sharing the plans they have established for their goals and are then required to report back on their progress and the attainment of the goal. Many districts also have district-wide goals that all educators address, in addition to the educator's individual goals that is supported by district-wide professional development programs. The attainment of a lifetime certificate will not stop the important conversations about teaching and learning in our schools. Superintendents will continue to provide meaningful professional development opportunities to support the collaborative process by which teachers will continue to improve their professional practice in a supportive environment. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions at this time for Ms. King? Yes, Representative Millette, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. King.
Good afternoon.
Your testimony raised a question in my mind. For district-wide professional development, that often can be the result of some decisions made by leadership as to what kind of topics are covered, versus for recertification. Do the teachers get to more direct what they need to do in order to be recertified? Or is that also a more of a leadership or state decision?
So I have two answers. I see two questions here. So professional development opportunities are in many cases decided by a professional development committee, which is made up by leadership, teachers, and a variety of stakeholders. There are times when new curriculum mandates or a change in curriculum will require, like Ms. Levitt talked about, the International Baccalaureate required professional development that was probably initiated by leadership. but many of the professional development programs, especially the ones as a teacher I was involved with, or as a principal and then superintendent, was developed by a leadership team, a professional development committee. For recertification, and as a teacher, as a principal, and as a superintendent, we had a robust recertification team. I, as a teacher, had to submit my recertification plan to this team of teachers, of my colleagues. Then I would sit down with, similar to the process I described, I would have my goals, I would have what activities, what I hope to learn. It had to be new learning. It couldn't be something I'd already done. And this team of colleagues would approve my recertification plan, in which I had 5 years to complete my activities. I had to go before this recertification plan periodically to report the attainment of my goals, my CEUs, or whatever I had decided to pursue. It was only then that the certification steering committee would then actually stamp a sign of approval on my plan. Then it went to the Department of Ed, where then it was stamped as I had done what I needed to do. So the heart of the conversation, the heart of the decision-making, the support I received, and the oversight was all local. And I believe that's still true in most of our districts. And I hope I answered your question.
Mr. Chair, a follow-up?
Please, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Kim. That was helpful. And so from my perspective of what you shared, it feels as though for the recertification process, the educator is definitely in the driver's seat with some oversight, whereas the professional development for the district is a kind of a collaborative approach of folks who are elected, but individual educators don't necessarily have a lot of control outside of what that professional development committee decides. Is that true?
And it depends on how that, if you have a professional development committee, it's going to be made up of a cross-section of, in our district, it was ed techs, principals, teachers, and administrators. And it was a district-wide decision. So there were people that weren't on the committee that didn't have input, direct input, but there was a committee. But for all of my recertification activities that I participated for my own recertification, and that I oversaw as a colleague on the steering committee, as a teacher, and then also as an administrator working with my teacher's recertification, and then as a superintendent, as a principal and a superintendent, my recertification was all personally driven. Now, in some cases, as a principal, I would meet with the head of the steering committee with a teacher that might be on an action plan, and maybe see if we could provide that teacher some support in providing some good goals to address that action plan. So there were times when I did have a conversation to try to support a teacher that needed some improvement. But it was really, recertification is in the driver's seat of the educators getting recertified. Professional development is kind of a district-wide activity, but you can also use those activities if they're part of your plan for recertification. So it does cross over.
Thank you. Any other questions, please? Seeing none, Ms. King, thank you very much for your testimony today and for being with us. We appreciate it very much. Have a great afternoon.
You too. Thank you.
She had it right.
Let's see. So we have no more proponents, and we have some folks that are speaking not for nor against. The first up would be Steve Bailey, followed by Dolly Sullivan and Courtney Bello.
Oh, I hate these with a passion.
And just a heads up, Senator, Dolly Sullivan messaged me and said that she's no longer able to participate, but she did submit written testimony if the members would like to review that.
We'll do so for our work session. Thank you very much. So we have Mr. Bailey, followed by Courtney Bellolan. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan and members of the Educational and Cultural Affairs Committee. I am Stephen Bailey, Executive Director of the Maine School Boards Association. Today I'm testifying on behalf of the Legislative Committee of the Maine School Boards Association in opposition to LD 326. And I believe Eileen King for the Maine School Superintendents Association was neither for nor against in terms of testimony. The school board legislative committee took a little bit of a different approach, and this is opposition to LD 326. As has been said, current teacher practice is for them to create a recertification plan with goals and requirements for 90 hours of professional development. That can include coursework and DOE and district-sponsored professional development events. The local recertification committee, made up of fellow teachers from the district, adds valuable insights and support. School boards were concerned that without the recertification process in place for those educators who are 20 years into their careers and beyond, and its specific requirements for 90 hours of professional development, that some teachers would miss out on valuable training. The disruption of in-person teaching, training, and support during COVID added to that concern. Their opposition should not be viewed as a prediction of what would happen if this bill passes, but rather what this bill could take away. A support system that not only helps individual teachers complete recertification, but one that can be with them throughout their career. The current 5-year renewal also helps assure that in addition to the ongoing professional development that goes on in districts, teachers every 5 years could explore their interests and get training and additional education around those interests. In the long term, the current process creates connections and collaboration among teachers, which are helpful to the students they serve and rewarding during their teaching career. I might add also that in terms of listening and hearing the talk about teaching as a profession, I know that my choice of medical professionals may be altered if I were to choose to go to one that had not been also required to continue their certification and their learning, and actually document it in terms of their additional experience, well beyond their 20 years of medical experience. And with that, I would welcome any questions.
Do we have any questions of Mr. Bailey at this time? Seeing none, sir, just want to thank you for your testimony. We appreciate you being here. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you very much. You as well.
And I believe we have one more person scheduled to speak against, and that would be Courtney Bellolan.
Hello.
Yeah,
Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan, members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. I am Courtney Bellolan. Senator Rafferty is pronouncing it the traditional Croatian way. The Executive Director of the Maine Curriculum Leaders Association. I offer testimony in opposition to LD 326, an act to authorize lifetime teaching certification on behalf of our members. Maine educators are incredibly dedicated to upholding a high level of professionalism and high quality learning in our schools. One way educators do this is by modeling the ethos of lifelong learning, which is also one of the guiding principles of the Maine Learning Results, our system of education standards. As written, this bill has no language speaking to the continued professional learning of educators as a part of the lifetime certificate. Teaching and learning are both an art and a science, with new knowledge and methods regularly entering the field. Educators know they need to keep growing, learning, and adding to the professional toolkits in order to be able to offer the best instruction and assessment possible. Because of the importance of professional learning, no matter the length of service of an educator, MCLA cannot support the bill as written. If it is the intent to honor and celebrate educators who have been teaching more than 20 years, by either eliminating the cost of recertification or eliminating some of the hurdles involved in that in general, we suggest there's a way to do that while upholding continued professional learning. One way is to eliminate the recertification fee for educators who have held a certificate for 20 years or what other appropriate time has been determined, but to keep the rest of the process, specifically professional learning, intact. Thank you, and I'm open to any questions.
Any questions, please, for Ms. Balolan? Sorry about that enunciation.
Oh, you did it perfectly well. We just have adapted to the Americanized version.
I'm not seeing any questions at this time, so I just want to thank you for your testimony and appreciate you being here.
Thank you
very
so much.
Okay. I just want to confirm, I don't believe we have any other scheduled speakers, and I'm not sure if Sam was surprised by anyone.
Those were all the people I expected, Senator.
Thank you very much, Sam. So I'm going to call the hearing on LD 326 to a close. And I will open the next hearing, and upon doing so, we'll pass the gavel to my very capable co-chair, Representative Brennan. I have been called to testify at Labor and Housing. So if you would be all set in doing that, Representative Brennan, I'll open the hearing on LD 639, which is an act to improve professional training for school counselors. Representative Brennan, would you like to break for 5 minutes just to get organized? Or are you good to go?
No, I'm fine. We can.
I know you're a champion. All right.
Move right along.
Thank you very much, sir.
And good luck to you in labor.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so we have LD 639, and it's being introduced by Representative Crafts. So do we have Representative Crafts with us? Yes, we do. Welcome, Representative Crafts. Good to see you today.
You also represent.
And we're anxious to hear more about your proposal. So you have the floor, and you can start when you're ready.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, Representative Brennan, and to Senator Rafferty, who had to leave, and all of the distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I'm Representative Lydia Crafts, and I represent House District 90 and live in Newcastle. I'm here today to present my bill LD 639, an act to improve professional training for school counselors. The purpose of this legislation today is to improve the coordinated community response to domestic violence and make our community safer for survivors. It does this by training school counselors to understand the complex dynamics of domestic violence, the impact on children, and the strategies to support student success. It will also foster professional relationships with local domestic violence resource centers and community education services. In 2013, Maine took the bold step to require psychologists, social workers like myself, and mental health counselors to receive a one-time 12-hour training in domestic violence and intimate partner violence. The goal of this mandate was to create a stronger and more effective coordinated community response. Professionals working with survivors of violence have since gained the skills, knowledge, and resources to more effectively serve their clients and communities. As a licensed clinical social worker, I can personally attest to the efficacy and value of the training I received. Previous legislators passed that bill to help increase safety for survivors. We want Maine to be a safe place for everyone. However, Maine is not safe for everyone. We know 1 in 4 women and 1 in 7 men experience violence in intimate relationships. In the most recent review panel report, domestic homicides accounted for 43% of Maine's total homicides. 1 in 15 children live in a home where one parent abuses the other adult, and 90% of those children witness the violence directly. 1 in 3 children who witness abuse report being physically abused themselves. Additionally, nearly 1 in 10 Maine high schoolers report physical violence in a dating relationship. Considering these statistics, 12,000 Maine school children experience and/or witness domestic violence in their childhood. Evidence indicates children affected by domestic violence show behaviors that may be misidentified and misunderstood. Students may have increased tardiness, truancy, anger, aggression, distraction, anxiety, depression, and therefore decreased academic performance, self-esteem, and family communication. This bill ensures that Maine's 580 active school counselors will be well equipped to identify, intervene, and respond to the complex needs of children and families experiencing domestic violence. I'm here before this committee today to ask that you support my bill, LD 639, and help make Maine a safer place for everyone. I'm happy to take and answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Representative Crafts. And are any members of the committee, do you have any questions? Oh, Senator Whitson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Crafts. Out of those 580 school counselors, how many would not meet the requirements of the bill you're presenting?
So there is currently no statewide training. So it would be required by all of them. There is no statewide requirement in graduate school training. It's all very piecemeal.
And so how would this process proceed? In other words, what would have to be set up in order for this to be achieved?
Yes, thank you for your question, Senator. So I've worked closely with the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence, and you'll hear from them this afternoon. But one of the ideas proposed would be similar to what the clinical social workers, psychologists, and counselors received, which started last year and was provided by the Maine Coalition and its partner resource centers to train the individuals. So in this case, school counselors. The reason why I'm supporting this and the amendment I've proposed includes in coordination with the Maine Coalition is because one of the things that Maine offers are these localized resource centers. And I think it would be important for school counselors to both receive the training, that's part one, but the second part is to really develop those close professional relationships with the resource centers because they provide education, hotline support, advocacy, and it really is a referral resource for school counselors. So they're not alone trying to handle this.
Thank you.
And I then had Representative McCray and then Representative Lyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kraft, for being here. I'm a retired educator, and as such, all people in the field of education are mandatory reporters. And I would think, and I'm asking this question, is it reasonable to expect that should this be required of people such as yourself, of your 580 colleagues, that it would also filter down to the teachers in those districts where teachers would become more educated on what to look for to bring it to you, let's say. We obviously had that as mandatory reporters. We had some training, but it was minimal. I mean, if you see something that's, really an injury, yes, but there are lots of things that are not that visible. So would you address that, please?
Yes, thank you. I was asked early on when I proposed the legislation why it was just school counselors. And I said that I wanted to make sure that there was a resource in each of our public school buildings of someone who had this training, because just like you say, this training, it becomes a web, right? The knowledge that I carry, and I just want to clarify, I'm not actually a school counselor. I am a clinical social worker, so the roles are slightly different. But the idea is that there's someone in the building who understands some of the complex dynamics of domestic violence and can use that to educate and help the other school staff understand. I referenced what anxiety looks like or distractibility, behaviors that could end up following down disciplinary paths as a result of trauma or witnessing violence at home. So I think the goal of this legislation really is to create a network within that school building itself.
Thank you very much.
And Representative Lyman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Representative Kraus. So my question comes down to, how does this bill address the schools the school counselor's ability to work directly with the children. Because I know that in our situation, we had many children that needed direct services, and yet the school counselors couldn't actually provide that. They made referrals, and I heard you address that some, but I was wondering if you could speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, certainly. I'll speak as well as I can about the role of school counselors. And it's, sorry, I'm not, it's dismissal time at school right now for my work office. One of the things that school counselors do a little bit differently is they provide short-term interventions. So they're not considered ongoing long-term clinical therapists for children. And so one of the ideas that I consider in this legislation is domestic violence resource centers have a network of outpatient clinicians who understand the dynamics of domestic violence, who know the greater community resources. So if a child came to, or if a school counselor became aware of something in this child's home life, there would be that ability to refer to either that agency specifically or an outpatient provider, case manager, other services that the child or family might benefit from. So it really is twofold. It's understanding the dynamics when you're talking to and working with children, but it's also understanding the resources out there in your own community of how you can connect children and families best. So it's really creating an intervention, and it's creating a community link. And I think those two things hand in hand are really what are part of this coordinated community response that I refer to, that are so important, that all of the systems within our community are integrated and have this connection. So law enforcement, medical providers, public schools, they all see and understand through the lens of domestic violence, how it affects children and adults, and can increase safety for everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Representative Crafts. Nice to see you. I do not see any testimony submitted by the department, nor do I see that they have signed up to testify today. Have you had any conversations with them and where they might be on this bill?
Thank you for your question, Representative. I have met several times with the DOE. This is my first term in the legislature, so I'm still learning, and I understand the Chapter 115 rulemaking is in process, and so there were some questions about how this legislation may interact with the outcomes of that process. There was some clarification around the amount of training I'm requiring, semester hours versus CEU credits. I'm asking for a 6-hour training, which is half of that of the clinical staff I had mentioned in the previous legislation. So 6 hours one time out of a 90-hour recertification. And that came directly from the School Counselors Association in our conversations. So other than those, I can't speak for the DOE.
All right. Any other questions for Representative Crafts? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate your testimony.
Thank you very much. I'll see you
And
later.
I suspect that we'll be seeing you again fairly soon. Next up, we have Andrea Mancuso. And Ms. Mancuso, welcome. And we know that you're here to testify on LD 639. So proceed.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Representative Brennan and distinguished members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Andrea Mancuso. I live and work in Westbrook, and I'm here today on behalf of the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence in support of LD 639. Intentional coordination at the community level can create climates that support prevention of domestic abuse by encouraging higher rates of disclosure, increased access to resources, and generally promoting social norms that are intolerant of domestic abuse within that community. Domestic abuse continues to be a significant driver of crime in our state. Its distinction as the most prevalent driver of homicide in Maine has remained unchanged since we began tracking that data. And we all need to think creatively about how to enhance early intervention and prevention efforts in local communities. And we thank Representative Crafts for bringing forward an idea that we think does just that. We're not often in front of the Education Committee. Representative Crafts did outline some statistics this afternoon, though some of those are reflected in our written testimony. If any additional data would be helpful to the committee, please don't hesitate to let me know. I'm happy to provide that in advance of the work session. From our perspective, for every survivor of domestic abuse with at least one school-aged child, school is an incredibly significant community touch point. For more than 20 years, those examining effective strategies for the prevention and intervention of domestic abuse have recommended that school professionals be trained adequately in both assessment and intervention in a manner that recognizes them as the first responders they really are in their communities. As Representative Crafts noted, at present, there is no coordinated statewide approach to ensure that professionals in our schools have familiarity with local intervention strategies, local resources, and an understanding of the needs that might be unique to their communities around domestic abuse. Requiring that 6 of the 90 hours of continuing education they're required to complete to maintain certification would be a significant step towards closing that gap in these topic areas. Over the last decade, we've seen our communities become more diverse. Much more research has been done, data made available around screening for and responding to domestic abuse and violence. Our laws and those resources that are available to survivors frequently change. To be an effective partner in the coordinated community response structures across the state, our school-based professionals need to have this state-specific and community-level information. As Representative Crafts noted, MCEDV and our member programs have developed and delivered a 12-hour curriculum for licensed mental health professionals in Maine over the last 2 years to ensure that these professionals were able to meet the new licensing requirement that was enacted in the 126th legislature. Feedback from professionals in these trainings has been incredibly positive, even though the requirement was not universally welcomed at the time it was enacted. So I would say this is true even for those professionals who have had the benefit of some prior general education in domestic abuse and violence as part of their elective collegiate or master's level education programming. Should this move forward, the domestic violence resource centers around the state are stand ready to partner with their local school counselors and the Department of Education to ensure that this group of professionals also have the tools they need to help expand the safety net for survivors and communities. So I thank you for giving us an opportunity to support this legislation. We hope that you will vote to pass and are happy to work with other interested stakeholders and be a resource to the committee as the process moves forward. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Mancuso. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
And we will now move on to Daniel Allen from the Maine Education Association.
Okay, I think I'm here.
Welcome, Mr. Allen, and thank you for coming, and proceed right now.
Okay. Thanks for having me. My name is Dan Allen, and I'm the Instruction and Professional Development Director for the Maine Education Association, which represents 24,000 teachers, education support professionals, and retired educators across Maine. I'm also a resident of Livermore. I'm here to testify in support of LD 639. The prevalence of intimate partner violence in Maine, its physical and mental impact on children, and the fact that those children often seek out school counselors to deal with those events leads the MEA to believe that Maine should require more professional training for counselors. The Maine Integrated Youth Health Survey collected data on violence in the home during 2019. The survey, which was administered by the Maine Department of Health and Human Services and the Maine Department of Education, stated in its middle school report that 17% of 7th grade students and 18.5% of 8th grade students had experienced violence or the threat of violence in their homes. That violence was dramatic enough to cause those students to consider leaving their home. The numbers for high school students were even higher, ranging from 19.5% to 21.9%. The Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence worked with over 13,000 people statewide impacted by intimate partner and domestic violence in 2019. They say the single most important factor for a child who has experienced domestic abuse is to have a supportive adult in their life. Many times that is an educator. And in cases such as these, it is often a school counselor. The numbers cited by the survey and the MCEDV show that this is a problem that is not going away anytime soon. Counselors are a first line of support for many students, and they need the knowledge and skill to be able to properly support students impacted by this kind of violence. For these reasons, the MEA encourages you to vote ought to pass on LD 639.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And we will now move on to Steve Bailey from Maine School Board Management Association. Mr. Bailey, good to see you again this afternoon. And
good afternoon, Representative Brennan. Thanks very much for having me here, Representative Brennan and members of the Educational Cultural Affairs Committee. I'm very glad to see you again this afternoon. I'm testifying now on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendents Association. And because both of these bills affect us in the same way, I'm testifying on both LD 639 as well as LD 350. Our associations support the intent of both bills and are testifying on them together because they both affect Chapter 115, the credentialing of education personnel. LD 639 makes changes to the credentialing requirements for school counselors to include training around family or intimate partner violence. We are in support of this. It would be helpful to know, though, if such courses are available in the state. LD 350, which allows up to 3 courses on autism to count toward the certification requirements for special education, recognizes the number of children being diagnosed as autistic has been growing steadily over the last several decades. According to the National CDC, it affects 168 students. It is so prevalent, the University of Maine has developed a special graduate certificate for autism disorders. We are testifying on both bills together because we want to make a point about process when it comes to updating Chapter 115. And as Representative Kraus noted, that there is ongoing work right now with regard to Chapter 115, and this really runs a little bit into the work that's being done within that chapter. That particular process has been deliberate and painstaking. The Education Committee will have the opportunity to review and vote on the final documents. What we hope to avoid is an ad hoc approach to rewriting the certification rules when the process has been very intentional, with input from parties affected by the various certifications, including representatives from our association, special education directors, and teachers. And with that, and with support for both 639 and 350, I would entertain any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. We appreciate your testimony, and we'll eliminate you on the list for the next bill. So thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee for Mr. Bailey? Seeing none. Thank you very much. And
thank you.
I don't think we see you on the list for the remainder of the afternoon, right?
That's right. Have a good afternoon.
Good. Thank you very much. Senator Rafferty, I noticed that you're back. Do you want to jump in, or do you want to finish off this bill, or?
No, sir. I'll let you go. As soon as I went over there, they took a break. I have about, it's amazing. So they're starting back up at 2:35. So I'd rather not step away.
Okay.
So, thank you.
All right. So next up, we had Andrew O'Connell Chavanel from Maine School Counselors Association. Welcome, Mr. O'Connell Chavanel, and you can start as soon as you'd like.
Yes, thank you, Representative Michael Brennan. And
I'm sorry, just to interrupt quickly. We're making a transition from those speaking in for the bill to those that are speaking against the bill. And Mr. O'Connell Chavanel is speaking in opposition to LD 639.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. By the way, excellent pronunciation of my last name. I appreciate it. And other distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. As Mr. Brennan said, my name is Andrew O'Connell Chavanel. I'm the Government Relations Chair of the Maine School Counselor Association and a school counselor at Elm Street School in Mechanic Falls. So I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. I'm here today to share our thoughts as the Maine School Counselor Association on LD 639, Act to Improve Professional Training for School Counselors. So as a professional organization, Maine School Counselor Association, otherwise known as MESCA, is in agreement with the Maine Counseling Association, recognizing the importance of domestic violence prevention training, and also will direct school counselors to seek domestic violence prevention training as part of their education and their ongoing professional development. Our professional development needs can range widely from suicide prevention, from college and career readiness, to supporting LGBTQ plus youth and their families, trauma-informed practices, and also including domestic violence prevention education, and even more topics as well. So professional school counselors are guided by their ethical practice, and part of their practice is to reflect on the needs of their communities. So we absolutely agree that the prevalence and effects of domestic violence in our state is serious and warrants our attention. I think Representative Crafts did a fantastic job of sharing some of the, sharing a lot of the statistics around the importance of this topic and what the work that needs to be done to end domestic violence. However, we oppose mandating this training through the certification process. We think there's other routes that it could be effective. So I welcome your questions and thank you for this opportunity.
Okay. Are there questions for Mr. O'Connell-Chapinel? Senator Whitson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. What other avenues would you suggest?
I think one of the aspects that is kind of, so we're, as school counselors, we're kind of in, if you look at it like a Venn diagram, if you will, kind of in between the education world and the mental health counseling world at the same time. So the bill in 2013 that went through that mandated 12 hours of training for mental health professionals that go through a licensure or licensing process. We are part of, you know, that mental health world and those skills, but at the same time, we're also a part of the education world. So as you guys were discussing, like I think Eileen King was talking about in terms of the life certificate bill, there's a lot of work that goes into the districts and the schools and admin and working with a lot of those stakeholders in each of those places to make sure that we're still providing up-to-date and education and services to our students. So, you know, one of the things we're doing as a MESCA board is another really big topic that there's no bill on at this time is child sex trafficking. This has become a really big concern, and that also can involve domestic violence as well. And one of the things we're doing as an organization currently with that is putting together education and resources for our school counselors so that they may provide or have the tools they need and the resources in connecting with other organizations, you know, like Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence and other organizations, to connect them to those resources so they know what's available. Our national association has education on child sex trafficking as well. So there's a lot of resources already out there. And I think it's, as I'm saying with child sex trafficking, we're pushing a lot of that out there to make sure that our school counselors have these resources and they know that this is something they need to have in their wheelhouse, which a lot of the skills they already do have. It's just trying to make sure that they have more of the resources that are out there.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Senator Woodson.
Are there other questions from members of the committee? Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here this afternoon. My question is around what training you see as already happening to cover this knowledge base that counselors should have, either in their college experience. I understand that it's offered through professional development opportunities, but often those come down to the choice of a counselor in taking advantage of those or not. Could you answer that, please?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Senator Representative Dodge. So I think I understood the question to be, where could they possibly get training already around domestic violence prevention? And think that was part of 1, and then what was part 2 again?
I'm just wondering about, if you oppose the bill, where do you feel that people have received the necessary training, either in their college experience, and what about the counselor that chooses not to take advantage of a professional development opportunity, and so might be lacking in appropriate local connections and procedures in dealing with this, please? Thank you.
Thank you again for the repeat of the question. So I would refer to Hassan and USM and their directors of education about exactly how those pieces or domestic violence prevention is being a part of their curriculum. We rely on our KCREP certification, our comprehensive education around our training that we receive in grad school as well. I don't want to provide you guys with information that doesn't necessarily, that's accurate as you guys make important decisions about what's to move forward. But I would say that a lot of our other concerns are, or with that question of grad school, I mean, we have a complete and rigorous and comprehensive 60 credit master's program, and people are still, as school counselors, like I said, we're part of the education world rather than the mental health licensure, still receiving their 90 hours of professional development with every certification renewal, which then goes to your second question, Representative Dodge, about people that are not choosing necessarily to receive domestic violence prevention training. As a school counselor, what we really work towards is data and making sure that we're working with our other school counselors or with other and the other stakeholders in our district to figure out what are our needs as a community and what do we need for training to best suit those needs. And so as we talked about domestic violence being something that's everywhere and all over Maine. So it's a lot of those skills also, I think, connect to our crisis training that we receive in grad school and that we receive ongoing. A lot of districts, like in my district, the school counselors and social workers are the people that do prevention, suicide prevention training. So a lot of times we're already receiving that training. It's not part of anything for our own personal certification. We can put our training to be a trainer into our 90 hours, but it's something that we work towards getting as well and having a lot of those skills as well. Like, for example, how would that kind of coincide? People don't always want to share that they're having suicidal thoughts. People don't always want to share that they need help, and being aware of those small signs of how we can step in and help them. Also, the other big question too is, what if a school, we're already short on numbers in the state of school counselors, especially in rural areas, they don't have access to school counselors. So one of the other concerns is just by training school counselors, who would be the person, if they're kind of the point person, who's going to be the person that's available to connect those resources? And schools that do have social workers, they are receiving that training as part of their licensure as well. So there are people in the schools with that that receive those 12 hours as well. Yeah, does that answer your question, Senator Dodge? I appreciate you asking, and I mean Representative Dodge.
Thank you. Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chevenel, for being here. This is a tough one. I'm not a big fan of mandates. Many members on this committee are not big fans of mandates, but do you think, in your opinion, if this were mandated that a 6-hour program must be completed within 5 years, let's just say, okay, that there would be people that in your association that would receive training that would improve their abilities to work with domestic violence situations, et cetera? I know that most must already have it in their bag of tricks. They should, but I guess I want to know, do you think if this were mandated, it would help overall?
I think like any professional education, right? When you go to receive more education, you're continuing your education. You're thinking about things maybe in a new way, so you'll be able, and you're having new perspectives. For instance, I was just a part of that webinar last week on child abuse prevention, and it's a lot of stuff I had, and it was really helpful to kind of continue to think about those things. And help me revisit, some students and stuff that I think will be important to connect with. The other thing that I think is difficult about requiring a mandate is where does it stop? So what other topics? So this is don't get us wrong. Like, we think this is a very, very important topic, and there's suicide prevention on top of that. There's child sex trafficking. There's supporting LGBTQ+, which has a higher suicide rate and self-injury rate. And on top of that, we're doing academic and career planning. And there's just, there's a lot of stuff. So which of those and we're already doing a lot of trauma-informed practices, which also is part of that kind of perspective towards domestic violence prevention. So I guess it's like, if we mandate this, where does it stop? Like, which of those topics can also come in and then kind of make sure that we're having all those training pieces as well. So the other piece about that, and if everybody does get that certification, and we're already shorthanded as school counselors, one of our other challenges is the certification of those coming in from other states. Other states don't necessarily have this certification. So if they come in, how are they going to track what programs they have and then receive that certification? And currently there's only one reviewer, I believe, in the state that receives those from other states, receives those applications for someone becoming a school counselor. And as far as I know, that person is probably close to retiring. So it becomes kind of a red tape and a backup issue, and then it could shorthand us even further in terms of school counselors being in all schools. So there's a lot of kind of other, it's not just for us the importance of domestic violence, which is we find very important, but a lot of the pieces around it of how it could happen. How do you keep that certification going? Because it's separate from the certification now. How do you prove that you have the 6 hours? If you're from out of the state, how are you going to prove you have those 6 hours? Is it going to delay things? Is it going to make it harder for people that want these jobs and applications or these roles that need to be filled? Are they going to be able to fill it in time? So, yeah, I hope that answers your question. Thank you, Representative McCray.
Thank you.
Any other questions from members of the committee? Mr. O'Connor-Chauvenel, if I could ask you a couple quick questions.
Please.
Under what auspices are school counselors licensed?
So we are actually certified through the Department of Education. So different from a licensure.
Okay, so.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, so the 90-hour requirement and things like that, and those standards are set by the Department of Education. So that's why this bill is before us and not before the Health Coverage Committee in terms of licensing and professional development.
Exactly. Yeah, we're under the we're under the Department of Education. Our certification number is 075. So
okay, and within the department or within the organization, is there a group of professionals that set standards for school counselors?
If I gave you an answer, I probably wouldn't be giving you accurate information, but I think it's a great question.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll try somebody else. All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Is
Actually,
there any other?
Sorry, Representative Brennan. Could I add one piece to that question, though? So there is Bear Shea. He's the school counselor mental health support liaison. Right. So he has he's in contact with a lot of school counselors and working in terms of.
But he wouldn't be setting the standards for certification.
Yeah, I don't think he is, but he would be kind of the person to talk to about exactly about how that would work.
And you don't know at this point who does set those standards for certifications for school counselors.
Correct.
Okay. I'll ask somebody else then. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else on the committee that has any questions? Thank you very much for your time. And next up, we have Stanley Pelletier from the Maine Counseling Association, which I'm assuming is different than the School Counselors Association. Welcome, Mr. Pelletier.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
And good afternoon. I want to extend my appreciation to the members of the committee for your time and for giving us an opportunity to have our voices heard. I'm the public policy chair of the Maine Counseling Association, which is distinct from the Maine School Counselor Association. The Maine Counseling Association represents all counselors in the state of Maine. Many of our members are certified school counselors, and many of our members are licensed mental health counselors or college counseling professionals. So I want to share some thoughts about our position on LD 639, an act to improve professional training for school counselors. We are opposed to the legislation as it's presently stated. And I don't want to just read verbatim everything that's in the written statement that I submitted. Andrew in his testimony touched on a number of concerns that our two organizations share. I want to say that we recognize the prevalence of the scourge of domestic violence on our communities and its devastating costs and the generational effects. As a professional organization, we acknowledge the need for and encourage ongoing training with respect not only to working sensitively with families affected by domestic violence, but also understanding the scope of support and services tailored to assisting such families and connecting them with help appropriate to their need. As school counseling professionals, we are trained uniquely to prepare and develop responsive, comprehensive school counseling programs. That's what we do. That's what we're trained to do. We're trained to be responsive and ethical in our decisions. We look at the needs that are unique to the communities in which we serve, and we work to develop comprehensive programs that meet the needs of our communities. And those needs include responding to domestic violence and the adverse childhood effects that stem from that. They include college and career readiness, suicide prevention, substance abuse prevention, to name a few of those things that we need to pay attention to in the development of our comprehensive school counseling programs. We believe that we're glad that the Maine legislators are thinking seriously about ways to support students and families by strengthening the ability of school counselors to provide vital services. We think that the best way to do this is not by mandating specific aspects of training, but rather by supporting and expressing confidence in professional school counselors as the individuals who are specifically trained to create and oversee such programs. We do respect the intention behind this legislation. We agree with the importance of this issue. We don't support mandating training, and we see that as being an unfortunate precedent to further incursions into the professional training of school counselors. I just want to mention that on a more personal note, I am a professional school counselor. I live and work in Hancock County. I live in Ellsworth, and I work at the Bucksport Middle School. And I've been working in Hancock County as a school counselor for over 20 years. I have ongoing contacts and professional relationships with the members of the Next Step domestic violence prevention program here in Hancock County. Most school counselors, I can't think of a school counselor who's an acquaintance of mine who doesn't have similarly ongoing professional contact with the domestic violence prevention and support agencies within their catchment areas. It's sort of a standard procedure as far as school counseling goes. I'll also say that I'm a licensed clinical counselor in the state of Maine, and as such, I did undergo the 12-hour training that was required of clinicians, and I think it was valuable. And I'll leave it at that. It was a valuable training. It's certainly an issue that was already on my radar and as part of an ongoing part of the work that I do. School counselors participate in multidisciplinary teams within school settings. We're often the go-to people for information about local community resources. That's part and parcel of what we do. So although, again, I appreciate the intent behind this, I'm not sure that there's a problem here. There is a problem with domestic violence, yes. Is there a problem with school counselor training? I'm not convinced that there is a problem or a situation that needs adjusting. So I'll leave it at that for now. I want to thank the Joint Committee again for giving us an opportunity to share our concerns and voices with you.
Thank you, Mr. Pelletier, for your comments. And I'd ask if there are any questions from members of the committee. Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much, Mr. Pelletier, for speaking. I'm still trying to understand the perspective from both the School Counselor Association and your association, what the against part is. Is it because you feel by adding the 6-hour requirement that you're potentially taking away time for other trainings that might happen? Or is it the mandate part, or a little bit of all of those things? I'm just trying to figure out what the against part is.
Sure.
I understand the mandate part is always hard sometimes to navigate that, but I'm just wondering what the actual against part is.
Sure. So I would say it's for the Maine Counseling Association, and I'm only speaking for my association right now. It primarily comes down onto the mandate portion. I'm glad that the legislature is thinking about ways to support school counselors. I have some suggestions about how you might do that. I'd like to see a school counselor in every school. There isn't one right now. That would, to me, be supportive of school counselors and expressing support and confidence in our ability to do our jobs as professionals. So, I think there's a role here for how legislative mandates can support school counselors. I'm just not sure that this is it. Like the sort of attention to the specific detail of aspects of training that are covered during our professional formation, both at the university or college level and then beyond. I don't believe that's the way to do it. We'd come out in support of legislation that said there needs to be a school counselor in each school. I think a previous point raised the concern about, well, what about schools that don't have school counselors? And there are schools like that out there. So that to me is, I would say, a paramount concern.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from members of the committee? Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Pelletier. My question is, can you describe briefly the specific part of your training, either in your undergraduate level or in your master's training, if you have such, that you feel specifically addressed instructing you in how to approach a domestic violence situation that is presented to you by a student or teacher? Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, that's a good question. Let me just start by saying that the specific program that I got my master's degree in no longer exists. It was the University of Maine Orono program for school counselor preparation. So I guess I would say there wasn't a course per se focused on domestic violence prevention. However, there were numerous conversations that came up during the course of practicum and internship sessions, our formative classes, beginning with, you know, your sort of intro to school counseling class. So it's a part and parcel of what we pay attention to during the course of our professional formation. You're asking a good question. I think that I wouldn't want to be out of place by trying to like show exactly throughout the entire course of my graduate program, which, you know, was quite some time ago now, I'm afraid to say. You know, where did these conversations take place? But I can assure you that they did take place. This professional learning did take place. In my case, again, particularly, I did go through the 12-hour program that's required for clinical licensure. I did that about, I think in 2018 was the year that I did that. And I found it informative, not sort of revolutionary. You know, it wasn't like, oh gosh, I learned tons of things that I didn't already know. It was certainly useful. It was also many things that were in my lexicon as, you know, at that time, a practicing professional counselor of 18 years experience.
Representative Dodge, you're muted.
I apologize. We'll get the hang of this. I'll get the hang of this eventually, I hope. A follow-up, please, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So for the work session, is it appropriate to ask for some information about if this program no longer exists at the University of Maine, in the University of Maine system, where might in 2 or 3 specific courses this topic be addressed, please? If that's appropriate to request for the work session. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative McCraig.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Pelletier, thank you very much for being here. I hope that you have not taken our concerns here as a reflection on the fact that we might think that your counselors are not doing everything that they can plus 10%. I think we can all agree that you do. Okay, so that don't think for a minute that that's where we're going. My question really is, if this were to pass and a 6-hour program were put in place, certainly out of the 580 school counselors that are out there, a vast majority of them are in good shape and really might use a little updating, but are in great shape. But would you agree that some people in your profession might really need a little update, and if they got it, children of domestic abuse might be better served? Boy, that's a big question, and I know that, but
yeah, I guess I would just say that I'm hesitant to think about legislating based on anecdotal evidence. Okay. So if there's a singular episode out there, if there's an anecdotal episode of a professional who, you know, maybe lacks the sensitivity or the connection to resources, I would be really reluctant, and in fact, our organization is reluctant to sign off on professional training mandates that would sort of, you know, need to be adhered to by our entire profession, essentially. We have, again, just when you start to dig into the professional formation of school counselors, we are trained to try to have a broad understanding of the various needs that families present with in our communities across a spectrum. And we've listed a couple times now during this testimony the types of issues that we pay attention to. And at the end of the day, when we are hired as school counselors, certified by the state of Maine Department of Education, 075 guidance counselor. We're told, build this program. Okay, now you know what it is. You're the expert. You build a comprehensive school program according to these rules and according to these guidelines and model programs that the state has set out for us. So I know that's a probably longer-winded answer than you were looking for, but that's how I roll sometimes.
Good information. Thank you very much.
Any other questions from members of the committee? Okay, Ms. Peltier, I got two very quick one. Well, actually one very quick one, but you said you developed comprehensive school counseling programs. What percentage of those comprehensive programs would be clinical in nature?
So school counselors, certified school counselors do not provide clinical services.
Right.
What we would do as a certified school counselor who is not a licensed mental health professional, we would assess needs, we would take a look at situations, and we would make referrals based on the need appropriate to the situation. If we felt like it was appropriate to refer a family to a domestic violence support agency, we would make that call. If we felt like it was appropriate to refer a student to a clinical therapist, we would make that call. Okay. So it falls within the purview of school counselors to take consideration of clinical services, but school counselors provide short-term counseling or counseling for transitional issues, like a kid going through a divorce in the family or a death in the family. But if we feel like clinical counseling is necessary, that's a referral. That's not something an 075 certified school counselor would take on. It's not our role to do that.
Thank you. And lastly, I think we have Senator Woodson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Pelletier, you made a statement that there are not school counselors in all schools. And maybe you can't answer this, but what are the guidelines from the Department of Education on what's required? In other words, what are the requirements for schools to have school counselors?
Yeah, that's a good one. Let me just say it's vague. Okay, schools are required to have so-called comprehensive school counseling programs. Within that, underneath that umbrella, there's some wiggle room, and there's a lot of discretion given to district administrators in how those programs are operationalized in their schools. So, for example, a person employed as a school social worker would fall under the umbrella of operating within a comprehensive school counseling program, even if that person is not, let's say that person is providing clinical therapy, but is not administering a comprehensive program, they're still counted toward the essential programs and services ratio that schools are required to abide by. So that's a very good question. It's the answer is vague and, to me, unsatisfying. And I know that there are some not only legislative but rulemaking efforts underway right now. I know LD 247 that passed just a year or two ago is in the rulemaking process right now at the Department of Education, and that's going to hopefully have more to say about defining the roles of school counselors and that sort of thing.
So if I may, Mr. Chair, so this bill before us would not in fact cover all the individuals underneath the present umbrella of so-called school counselors wouldn't cover those people.
Well, it would not cover all Maine students. Let's put it that way. I could find a school for you that does not have a school counselor, that has a social worker who is a master's level individual who is not a clinical social worker, and by law has not had to have that 2 hours or 12 hours worth of training. So those situations exist. To me, I guess my organization supports legislation that supports school counselors and by extension students, you know, by really looking at the nitty gritty of these details and trying to figure out what do we need to do to get the appropriately trained personnel present in all Maine schools so that all Maine students can have access to school counselors and to school social workers as needed.
Thank you for your insights.
Right. Any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Pelletier. And we are at the end of our published list of people that were testified before the committee. And I'd ask if there are any other members of the public, or Sam, has anybody signed up that is not on the previous list?
No, Representative.
No, okay. And what I would do, I'd like to ask Ms. Risler just to make sure that the work session that we asked Mr. Shea from the Department of Education to be available at the work session, probably on both of these bills. Thank you. So I will declare the work session, the public hearing on LD 639 as closed, and there will be a work session scheduled at the appropriate time. And I see that Senator Rafferty has returned from his stay with the Labor Committee. And we're now ready, Senator, to proceed to LD 350. And I will turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Representative Brennan. I appreciate it. So I would like to open the hearing on LD 350, which is an act to increase the number of courses regarding autism spectrum disorder that count towards special education certification. So the hearing is now open. Representative Crafts, I was looking for you there. I'm sorry.
No worries. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good afternoon again, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. So Lydia Crafts, representative for House District 90. I'm here again this afternoon to present my bill LD 350, an act to increase the number of courses regarding autism spectrum disorder that count towards special education certification. Current certification requirements for special educators in the state of Maine require 24 credits in the subject area of special education. Only one class or 3 credits may be obtained from what's designated as a class in autism. The goal of my bill is to increase this allowance to 3 classes or 9 credits. I propose this legislation today because it's important to me and my constituents that our schools find and hire highly qualified teachers to educate our children. As our student needs change and research identifies and updates best practices, it's important that teachers have the choice to pursue expertise and skills in content areas, such as working with children with autism spectrum disorder, or ASD for short. Today, 1 in 54 children is diagnosed with ASD. In 2000, the rate of diagnosis was 1 in 150 children. This is a near tripling of the number of students identified with ASD. This change demonstrates a necessary shift in educational programming and teacher skills if we are to meet the needs of students in the state of Maine. Based on the DSM-5 diagnostic criteria, children with ASD can have a combination of challenges in communication, social reciprocity, and social relationships, as well as restrictive or repetitive patterns of behaviors. The complexities of ASD and its implication on student learning needs are significant. Current research illustrates the importance of early intervention and the role of evidence-based practices in positive outcomes for children. There's a wealth of evidence-based strategies, teaching skills, and positive behavior supports that can enhance a child's educational experience. The University of Maine currently offers the Graduate Certificate in Autism Spectrum Disorders, which provides instruction in teaching methods, assessments, positive behavior supports, and communication development. The purpose of my bill is to allow courses such as these to count towards certification of special educators. Lastly, outside of the legislature, I am the director of a regional special education behavior program. I'm a clinical social worker, and our program serves students with a diverse range of learning needs, and many of them have ASD diagnoses. Throughout the history of our program and programs I'm aware of around our state, I've witnessed firsthand the importance and value of recruiting teaching staff with the experience, knowledge, and understanding of working with students with ASD. I hope that this bill will allow special educators the opportunity to pursue increased training in the field as part of their professional certification. Thank you for having me, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Crafts. Do we have any questions at this time, folks? Yes, Senator Woodson.
Thank you, sir. So I'm a little confused here. You're saying you're asking to increase the number of courses in autism that would count for special education certification. And I thought I heard you say increase from the 1 course now to 3. What did you say?
Yes, thank you, Senator Woodson. So currently 1 class is allowed, and I want to increase that allowance to up to 3. It's not a requirement, and I would not mandate that anyone, but it would, of the 24 available credits in certification, it would allow 3 of those classes, or 9 credits, to be in autism.
So right now, a person could take 3 courses, but only get credit for 1 towards the certification?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I will also add, if I may, Senator Woodson, those courses in autism are often part of a board certified behavior analyst certification. And there is some crossover between behavior analysis and special education. And so if we're looking as a state, and I believe there's testimony regarding this later today, if we're looking as a state and ways to recruit more special educators, if there were behavior analysts who had coursework in autism, it would more easily allow them to transfer those over into a special education certification.
And if I may just follow up, most of these courses are masters, and the masters, no?
Not necessarily, and I didn't want to differentiate. There, USM and UMF, I believe, both offer courses in autism. Currently, each department, I believe, only offers 1. And I would argue it's likely because only 1 would count, but I wanted to open it up for, folks getting certified at out-of-state programs or whatnot.
And if this did happen, these courses would become available through the university?
Yeah, that's a great question. I can't speak for the university, but UMaine does already offer 4 upper level classes, and so that would be up to the university to decide, I suppose.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. And Representative Stearns, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Crafts, along the same line of Senator Woodson's question, currently there are 24 required hours, 3 of which may be in autism. If 9 were allowed for autism, would it bump 2 other courses that are required in nature?
Thank you, Representative Stearns. I think that I did hear from the Maine School Management Association that there were concerns about that. At this time, the 24 hours or the 24 credits, are not delineated in the certification. So they're not all taken up by current requirements. So I think as a state, we want to make sure that special educators are well-rounded and that they're not so highly focused in one area. But I would argue there are special educators who know they want to go into the field of behavior programs and want to work with children with autism. And why would we limit them to only one course in autism when it's available? You know, they have 24 credits available to them.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, please, for Representative Crafts? Seeing none, Ms. Crafts, thank you very much. Oh, thank you.
Yes, may I just make a statement, Senator Rafferty?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is testimony from the developmental disabilities community attached to this hearing, and I just want to share that I support the use of more inclusive language. So I've identified autism spectrum disorder as the primary diagnosis. I would be more than happy to support the use of developmental disabilities to include a greater range of disabilities as part of this legislation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. You have a great day. Thank you for your testimony and also for your service. Good luck moving forward.
Thank you.
Next up, I believe we have speaking for or a proponent of LD 350. We should have Dan Allen. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and other esteemed members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Dan Allen, and I'm the Instructional and Professional Development Director for the Maine Education Association, and I live in Livermore. I'm here to testify in support of LD 350, an act to increase the number of courses regarding autism spectrum disorder that count toward the special education certification. My job at MEA is to provide our members with the professional development they need. We do that by surveying our members, and we often find autism spectrum disorder high on the list of requested topics. Our members, especially our special educators, obviously find this to be very important and believe they need to understand ASD in more depth to better understand their students. ASD affects an estimated 1 in 54 children across all racial, ethnic, and socioeconomic groups, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. ASD is a developmental disability that can cause significant communication, social, and behavioral issues, which can dramatically impact learning. MEA believes its prevalence requires us to know more about this disability in order to support our students. This change in the law would not require educators to take the courses, but would make it possible for a study of ASD to be a greater part of a special educator's training for certification purposes. MEA believes this would make those educators more effective and more valuable to their students and districts. For these reasons, the MEA encourages you to vote ought to pass on LD 350.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions of Mr. Allen? Seeing none, sir. Thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate you being here.
You're welcome.
Have a great afternoon.
You too.
We have no more proponents. I think Mr. Bailey spoke to LD 350 a little bit earlier. And we have 2 speakers that are neither for nor against. First up is Nancy Cronin, please. It's upside down, I think. Because that ring.
There was a bit of a lag. Am I on?
You are now, yes.
All right. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and the distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Nancy Cronin. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Developmental Disabilities Council. There's such a need for special education teachers to gain skills and knowledge about the provision of appropriate education for students with autism spectrum disorder. That said, the spectrum of characteristics children with autism exhibit overlaps many conditions like, name a few, nonverbal learning disorder, ADHD, sensory disorders, and speech and language disorders. MDDC is concerned that connecting the curriculum content to one disability will inappropriately link the techniques to only a few children. as opposed to the many students who could benefit regardless of their disability label. I believe that the terms ABA was already mentioned, and already applied behavioral analysis is usually connected only to autism, when others may benefit from it. And I know the board certified behavioral analysts would agree with that. Conversely, every child with ASD is different. Just because one technique works for one student who has ASD doesn't mean it will work for all. Specifying courses by disability is limiting. Instead, consider a broader term such as developmental disability, which includes ASD. And this will create a much broader net of techniques within the courses. It also will encourage the curriculum to teach how to identify when to use the techniques. We support increasing training about developmental disability, including ASD. We are simply concerned that such a specific label limits the potential such required courses could bring to many students. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today and would be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cronin. Do you have any questions, folks, at this time? Seeing none, again, thank you for being here today. We appreciate it, and your testimony as well, and have a great afternoon. Next speaker that is neither for nor against is Jill Adams. Please.
Okay, I think I'm on now.
You are. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Jill Adams, and I am the Executive Director of the Maine Administrators of Services for Children with Disabilities, MADSAC. MADSAC is a membership association for the special education administrators across the state of Maine. MADSAC is offering testimony neither for nor against LD 350. An understanding of autism disorder is definitely important for a special educator, as well as an understanding of other disabilities. Most important is how the disability affects the student's academic learning and functional skills, which is used to determine appropriate programming to meet the student's needs. MADSAC is not clear from the bill which endorsement this change would affect. There is more than one special educator endorsement. There's a 282 and a 286. It would be important to add this clarity. MADSAC understands that the Maine Board of Education is currently working on changes and updates to all the certification rules, Chapter 115, which will be brought to the legislature as a major and substantive rule. We believe that this would be the place maybe to address these concerns and not through statute changes. MADSAC believes that any language about course requirements for specific endorsements, such as special ed certification, should be in Certification Rule, Chapter 115. If this change that is being proposed in LD 350 is adopted, it would go into the statute. It creates a situation where if there are necessary changes to special education certification at a later date, much more difficult, as both statute and rule would need to be changed then. And I would say, I'm not exactly sure who determined that only one autism course would be acceptable. It must have at some point been the Department of Education, because that is not specified in the current 282 disabilities, teacher of children with disabilities certification. So, because what it says there is a completion of 24 semester hours in special education, and it doesn't even tell you which specific courses, which is not good either, but. If anyone has any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Adams, please? None at this time, Ms. Adams. Thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate you being here. Have a great afternoon.
Okay.
And Sam, just to confirm, I don't see any more scheduled speakers, but not sure that anyone hasn't signed up late.
Correct, Senator.
We do have a couple of hands up in terms of Representative Salisbury, please, before we move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is it possible that when we get ready to do our work session, that we can learn a little bit more about the changes that are being proposed in the Chapter 115 and what some of the things that are being talked about and how this would all impact it, both for this and the other bill? I've tried, I looked up Chapter 115, it's 93 pages long, so I didn't get very far. So maybe some advice on how this all fits together. Thank you.
And any other questions, folks? So seeing none, let's call the hearing on LD 350 to a close. And I would like to.
If I could, Senator, I believe Representative Millette may have raised her physical hand.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Boris, I could not find my raise hand fast enough, and so I just started waving. I don't see either Representative Kraft's testimony nor MadSec's testimony online, so I'm hoping someone can get that to us before the work session. That'd be great.
It's possible that Representative spoke on two bills. I'm wondering if they weren't submitted together. Maybe at 639 might have that. I don't know. In any case,
I'll look into it.
We'll track that down. Thank you. Thanks for bringing it to our attention. Anything else before we move on? So next up is LD 552, and our sponsor is with us, Representative Millette, and that is an act to strengthen the individualized education program process. It's now open.
Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and other esteemed fellow members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee, I am Representative Rebecca Millette, and I represent a portion of Cape Elizabeth. I am pleased to present to you LD 552, an act to strengthen the individualized education program process. The bill before you has 5 sections and represents 2 changes in law, but really has one purpose. The main purpose of this bill is to codify best practices for the development and the implementation of individualized education programs, IEPs, for students. I believe many districts currently make a concerted effort to reach an understanding with parents when making changes to an existing IEP, as is called for in Section 3 of the bill. We know that taking the time and finding ways to ensure families are sufficiently informed and comfortable with educational programming proposed for their children is best practice when developing IEPs for students. And we will be the most successful when parents, educators, and administrators are all in alignment and working together to help a student. However, under current law, the district notifies the parents of changes to their child's IEP, and unless the parents utilize the costly dispute resolution process, the services can be changed or altered without their approval. Placing the burden on families can act as a disincentive to finding consensus with the parents. Burdening families does not seem fair or right, and nor does it seem to be in the best interest of a child. Others here today will be talking more about the current process, its failures, and ways to make it better. The other significant change called for in LD 552 can be found in Section 4 of the current bill and is intended to make sure ed techs and other school employees who work most closely with students are able to attend an IEP meeting so their voices are heard in this process as well. Many ed techs have the most regular, direct contact with students, and yet their participation in the IEP process is minimized or actively discouraged in some areas. Again, in many districts, ed techs are consulted and are meaningfully engaged in the IEP team. LD 552 will enshrine this best practice into Maine statute. The changes proposed in LD 552 are not without precedent. In fact, 12 other states currently require parental consent for some or all changes to an initial IEP and/or placement. and at least 7 states, including our neighbors in Massachusetts and New Hampshire, can be described as full consent states. I have heard of concerns about federal IDEA law and how the original language in LD 552 may be contrary to IDEA. I have an amendment to propose today to clarify, and hopefully you are all in receipt of that. The amendment would mirror similar language in New Hampshire regarding the consent of parents and IET members before a change can be made to an existing IEP or placement of a student. If New Hampshire can create a legal framework that protects the rights of parents, yet does not run afoul of the federal IDEA laws, Maine can and should do the same. Also, as we all know, Maine's educators and families move back and forth between Maine and our only bordering US state, New Hampshire. Synchronicity with New Hampshire on this topic can only benefit the families and educators who cross the border to live or to work. I'm not an expert on IEPs, IDEA, or the roles and duties of ed techs, but LD 552 is an attempt to address a long-standing concern regarding the balance of power between parents, administrators, and educators. More so, LD 552 is an attempt to make sure best practices regarding IEPs are being implemented across the state, in every community, for every family, for every student. My goal here is to find a more workable solution so the needs of all parties involved in IEPs are heard, listened to, and consensus is reached to do what is best for students. Because in the end, we are talking about students, students with challenges, students with disabilities, students with needs. It would behoove us all to find ways to encourage and require consensus when educators and families convene to discuss the best path forward when helping students. And I hope our committee can come to a consensus on this path to make sure best practices are happening consistently over the state by codifying these changes into law. Thank you, and I will do my best to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Representative. Do we have any questions at this time, folks? Seeing none.
Thank you, everyone.
And thank you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for your testimony, and your knowledge is greatly appreciated, and we will take advantage of your presence at our work session. So have a good day. We do have some folks, several that are speaking as proponents of LD 552. First up is Grace Levitt.
All set?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon again, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I'm Grace Levitt, Spanish teacher on leave, serving as president of the Maine Education Association. I'm speaking on behalf of our members to support LD 552. MEA believes that most districts do the right thing and do it for the right reason. But unfortunately, we have heard that there are some instances where decisions seem to be made that may not be based solely on the right reason, but rather seem to be influenced by the cost involved. We know that the federal government has failed for a very long time to fund IDEA at the level that they are required to do so. In fact, they have fallen way behind in the appropriate amount of funding. We know this then places an ever greater burden on our school districts in our state to make up the difference for what is needed. Naturally, districts have to be careful given the limitations of budgets that the communities can support. We hope that these constraints do not enter into decisions about what our most vulnerable students may need, yet we worry that at times they do seem to. We've also heard that because an hourly employee may have to be paid overtime, that is why sometimes an educational technician who works directly with a special needs student to provide support is not often included in an IEP meeting, even though that educator may know the student best. We understand that the sponsor of the bill is proposing an amendment to this bill, which we support. The intention of the amendment is to mirror the process in our neighboring state of New Hampshire. Given the fact that we have educators and families that interact across the state border, This amended language will provide continuity for those who might be in this situation. Since New Hampshire has operated under this law for years, hopefully that allays any concerns one might have about it being contrary to any laws. We understand the concerns you're going to be hearing from those who oppose this change, or I assume that you're going to be hearing. Some parents may make what seem to others to be an unreasonable request at times, or they may request services that really are not needed. And some districts may be trying to cut corners, again, possibly to save on costs. Nonetheless, MEA believes that reaching consensus on any changes to an IEP plan is what is in the best interest of the students, and that is what this is all about. MEA also believes that having the voices of those who work most closely with the student included in the process is also in the best interest of the students that we educate and support. We urge your support of LD 552 as amended. I thank you again for your time and glad to answer any questions that I might be able to answer. Don't think I can call on you, Representative Crockett, but I do see your hand. I don't know if it's for me or somebody else. Sorry, he had to get up for a minute.
No, he's back. He's on mute though.
Panicking because my internet was saying I had very little service and then it went dead. So I ran for my phone thinking I was calling Sam to get bailed out here. But in any case, I'm back. My apologies, Ms. Levitt. Representative Crockett has a question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Levitt did a great job of calling on me anyway, which I totally appreciate. Just to follow up on a comment she made, then I'll have a question after. My wife is a 20-year special ed tech. And she has shared her frustration repeatedly about the fact that meetings are often called and the ed tech, who is the closest to the student and the family, cannot attend. And the families want that ed tech to attend. So am I understanding with respect to this bill that would address that issue and hopefully include all the critical players in the meetings?
That was our understanding. It might be better answered by the sponsor of the bill again, but that was our understanding and part of what we hope would be accomplished with this as well, because that was a concern that was brought to us.
Representative Millette, would that be true? Yeah, sure.
I'm not supposed to speak after I testify, Representative Crockett, but yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Millette. You did that very, very tactfully.
Any other questions, Representative Crockett? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else while Ms. Levitt is here, please? No? Okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you. I appreciate your work. Thanks. Bye.
Let's see. After Ms. Levitt, I had losing it. Next up, speaking for is Kerry Woodstock. And Kerry will be followed by Lynn Williams and Nancy Cronin. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan. My name is Carrie Woodcock, and I am the parent of 2 children with special health care needs and the Executive Director for Maine Parent Federation, the federally funded Parent Training and Information Center, PTI, and the Family to Family Health Information Center, the F2F. We assist families of children with disabilities and special healthcare needs to navigate all systems of care, including the Individualized Education Program, IEP, process. I'm submitting this testimony in support of LD 552, an act to strengthen the Individualized Education Program process. The Individual Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, states that parents of children with an IEP are equal members of the IEP team. However, currently in Maine, the IEP process does not require parent consent to make changes to the IEP. The process does require team consensus, but in the event in which team consensus cannot be met, in other words, the parent and the district do not agree, the decisions fall to the district. This ultimately gives the power of all IEP decisions to the local school district special education administrator, and thus negating a parent's right to be an equal member of the IEP team. A district's only responsibility in this instance would be to notify the parents through a written notice 7 days prior to the IEP change. A parent's only recourse would be to be within that 7-day period, initiate a due process hearing, file a complaint, or get the school to agree to mediation. All these processes put up significant barriers for parents, including being confusing, time-consuming, and financially burdensome. These barriers make it difficult for parents to access and pursue this option, again, putting the parent in a position of an unequal IEP team member. Being a parent is my greatest accomplishment, and being a parent of 2 children with disabilities has been my greatest challenge. As a parent and an advocate for my children, I would do anything to ensure that they are safe and their needs are met. Imagine being in a position where you're attending a meeting to create a plan for your child to access one of their most important needs, and the ability to make those decisions were in the hands of someone who does not know your child best. I acknowledge that professional educators will possess more knowledge about available programs for my child. However, I am the expert on my child, and it is my job to take that knowledge and recommend what I feel has the most positive impact on my child. The system we currently have in place too often overlooks this parental feedback at best and outright rejects it at worst. Despite coming to the table with the most knowledge about the child, parents are too often dismissed and interventions put into place without consent. Additionally, for individuals who are the age of majority and remain in charge of their educational decisions, this change will empower them to have a larger voice in their programs. They would be allowed to not provide consent for a change in which they do not agree with for their own IEP program. There is a large emphasis on empowering individuals with disabilities of transition age to have a greater voice in their planning. Studies have shown that when they do, outcomes for more independent living after public schooling are more positive. There's no better empowerment than to be in charge of your own planning with the support of a team. There's no greater evil to empowerment than to have an adult strike down and override your ideas for their own plan. Currently, 12 other states require parental consent for any changes to be implemented to an IEP. If this language was not in alignment with IDEA, then these policies would not be present in these states. The language being proposed in this bill is not currently in alignment with the Maine Unified Special Education Regulations, MUSER, as what we are proposing is a change to the current language. MUSER must exceed IDEA and can be updated to reflect this change as it does not violate IDEA. Finally, educational technicians are too often the individuals who provide the most direct assistance to students receiving an IEP throughout the entirety of their school day. They are crucial to not only implementing the IEP, but to providing feedback at IEP meetings as to how these services are working. Too often, schools do not allow for their participation at IEP meetings. It is crucial for all team members of a student to be present at an IEP meeting, especially a member who's providing direct instruction. It is for these reasons that as a professional and a parent myself, I urge this committee to please support LD 552. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Woodcock. Any questions at this time? Seeing none, again, we'd like to thank you for being here today. And have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up, speaking for, will be Lynn Williams, followed by Nancy Cronin and Shelley Mountain.
Hello, fellow legislators. I am Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Lynn Williams, and I represent House District 135, which includes the towns of Bar Harbor, Lemoyne, and Mount Desert. On a personal level, I am the parent of a 32-year-old young man who went through the special education system in both California and Maine. I'm also an attorney and a psychologist who practiced special education law for many, many years including working as an independent contractor, special education hearing officer, and mediator for the Maine DOE. And since then, I have represented families of special needs children throughout the state. I'm a co-sponsor of this bill, as I know a number of you also are. IEP meetings can be difficult and very emotionally challenging. Despite the fact that I knew the law inside out, I often asked a lay advocate to accompany me to my son's IEP meetings because I knew there was a chance that I would start crying or just shut down and not be able to be a good advocate for my son. So from my perspective, the more specific and detailed the rules are, the better it is for the process and for all of the participants. What Representative Millett's bill does is make a positive change leading to increased clarity and predictability. That is what families need. They may disagree with the proposed change, but making it clear in the regulations that if a family disagrees with a change to the child's IEP, the status quo remains. While they are few and far between, I have seen instances where a family felt threatened by an administrator that if they disagreed with a proposed change to an IEP, the services that were already being given would be decreased or eliminated. This was not in writing, but this was verbally conveyed to the family. This bill clarifies that the default in the case of a disagreement is the status quo. This will then give the parties time to work creatively to come up with a change that is acceptable to all, possibly through mediation, which I always consider to be a positive forum for dispute resolution, or via a due process hearing. I urge you to vote to pass on LD 552. Thank you for listening, and I would be willing to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Williams. Any questions at this time, folks? Seeing none, Representative, thank you very much for being here today. We appreciate it. And thanks also for your continued service. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up is Nancy Cronin. Nancy and the next couple of speakers are speaking for. She'll be followed by Shelley Mountain and Atlee Riley.
All right. Good afternoon again. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Nancy Cronin. I'm the Executive Director of the Developmental Disabilities Council. I'm also a mom of a child who receives special education services. LD 552 would improve and strengthen the decision-making part of the IEP process. It would do this by ensuring every expert around the table had a voice. It also would make sure that the educators who were closest with the student has a seat at the table. IDEA clearly specifies the membership of the IEP team. A special education teacher is there to discuss specially designed instruction. An administrator is there to commit funds. A general education teacher familiar with the student is there to represent the general instruction. And the parents, who knows the child best, is there to represent the student. IDEA even includes language that the parent needs to have the opportunity to be meaningful participants. It is clear that the spirit of the law is that the process should be collaborative and that all key stakeholders should have a voice so they can utilize their individual expertise. Can you shut the door, sweetie? My son's with me. Thanks, I apologize. So that all key stakeholders should have voice so they can utilize their individual expertise, create a quality, appropriate educational program for the child. I have attended many individual education planning meetings as an invited advocate of families, but it really wasn't until I became a mom of a child who needs special education services when I realized how truly imbalanced the process is against the families. It is not a level playing field. Even in my son's situation, and he does have an amazing team, we have experienced conflicts where I have needed every ounce of my skills to advocate for him to get his needs met. Today, decisions are typically made by the special education department professionals and administrators. If a general education teacher disagrees, they are placed in a very awkward position. A parent has more rights. They can begin due process proceedings and implement a stay put, where the current plan continues until the disagreement is resolved or a due process decision is made. This proposal doesn't change that much. It simply seeks for agreement. And if anyone disagrees, the current plan stays in place until the disagreement is resolved or due process is filed by any party and a decision is made. This bill strongly encourages compromise, and I believe compromise is at the core of what IDEA was trying to get at when such precise IEP membership was specified. All stakeholders would have the opportunity to come to agreement about an appropriate educational plan for the student. There is, however, one stakeholder that was not included specifically in IDEA that this bill would include: the educational technicians or paraprofessionals who work extremely closely to the student, is to the detriment of the process, often excluded from the IEP meetings. This has never made sense to me. This bill would ensure that all important educators are included in the IEP meetings. MDDC is in complete support of that. Unfortunately, for many reasons, there are times in which a parent may be unavailable or disengaged. The student's education should not suffer. And if schools are unable to obtain written agreement or disagreement after a specified amount of time, some states use 10 school days, it is assumed that the parents agrees and the new plan moves forward. I suggest that this bill be amended to include such a clause just in case where there is some difficulty getting parent signatures. In summary, many states have consensus-based IEP meetings. It makes sense. I believe it encourages agreement and honestly decreases costly, sometimes antagonistic due process. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today and would be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Cronin at this time? Seeing none, Ms. Cronin again, thank you for your testimony. Thanks for waiting to testify. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Shelley Mountain and Atlee Riley, both in that order, and these will be proponents of the bill.
Hi, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the committee. My name is Shelley Mountain. I live in Mapleton. I serve on the Executive Board of Learning Disabilities Association of Maine. I am testifying on their behalf in support of LD 552. The teachers that work with a student and that student's parents are the people who spend the most time with the student. As such, they have the best understanding of teaching strategies, techniques, interventions, and accommodations that allow that student the fairest educational experience and the best opportunity to realize potential. A stated purpose of IDEA is strengthening the role and responsibility of parents and ensuring that families of such children have meaningful opportunities to participate in the education of their children at school and at home. 552 would ensure the equal standing of all members of an IEP team, allowing the recommendations of teachers and parents to be overridden or vetoed by someone who does not regularly interact with a student cannot in any way be construed as fair or appropriate. I was confused when I first heard about this bill. I thought this was already law. As a parent, I went through 11 years of IEP meetings for my sons. I spent a lot of time preparing for those meetings, researching and seeking advice about what would be the best educational plan for my kids. I was blissfully ignorant that it might all be for naught if one person didn't agree with my opinion. I had a pretty good relationship with the district special ed director. I now wonder what I would have done if she had decided she disagreed with the rest of the team, or if she decided to change the IEP without my consent. I probably would have filed a due process complaint. As a full-time mother, I had the time and resources to do that. Many parents don't. Parenting an LD child is challenging. Teaching an LD student is challenging. Experiencing learning disabilities is challenging. IEP meetings can be intimidating, so intimidating that my kids chose not to attend, ever. The process is daunting, with parents usually outnumbered by staff. It is important to ensure that all members are valued equally and that the experiences of all team members are considered. LD 552 would bring Maine closer to realizing the intent of IDEA. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Mountain? Yes, Representative McCray, sir.
You're on mute.
Yeah, I have an ulterior motive. First of all, I wanted to say hello to Miss Mountain. I've known her for quite a while. Anyway, Shelley, in your experience, and I know you've been an advocate for your kids and very much involved in the process, but in your experience over those, did you say 11 years?
Yeah.
Did you ever feel as though this bill would have helped you and your son have a better outcome?
Well, no, because they always put what I wanted in the IEP, but that is apparently that's not everyone's experience. And I didn't realize that ed techs could be included. I never had an ed tech in IEP, and I think that would have been helpful. I did file 2 due process complaints. So anything that helps parents with the process is good.
Thank you, Shelley.
Thank you. Any other questions, folks? Seeing none, Ms. Mountain, thank you very much for being here. Thanks for your testimony. Have a great afternoon. We have an additional speaker 4. That would be Atlee Riley.
And Senator, we did have a last minute sign up with, his name is Michael Kabidi, and he will also be testifying for.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Hello, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Atlee Riley. I'm a managing attorney at Disability Rights Maine, which is Maine's protection and advocacy agency for people with disabilities. I'm here to testify in support of LD 552 as amended. And with LD 552, Maine would join a growing number of states that require parental consent to change a previously agreed upon IEP for a student with a disability. In addition, as others have pointed out, LD 552 would help ensure that the educators who work most closely with the student are able to attend IEP meetings. I have 5 pages of testimony for you. I'm not going to read that to you. I'm going to take this time to respond a little bit to some things that have already been said, and then also to kind of let you know my initial thoughts as I read some of the opposition that I'm actually quite, somewhat surprised by. So that's how I'm going to spend the time, and hopefully I can answer some of your questions. I think, Representative Millett characterized it really well, that this would codify best practices. And then also in the MEA's testimony, they talked about how most schools do the right thing for the right reason. And I think all those things are true. Nobody calls me when they're happy though. And I'll tell you one thing that causes people to contact us is when they don't feel heard at a meeting. And while I know that it's not what all special education directors do, what a not insignificant percentage of families that call us experience in a meeting is at some point, the special education director might say, either directly or indirectly, but it'll be clear that this is what we're doing. I've decided. And families are then faced with the prospect of, if they know their rights at all, figuring out how to get themselves to somebody who might be able to enforce those rights all within 7 days, or that change will go into effect even if they object. And so this bill, I think, would address that, clearly address that. And I think it really is, could be one of the single more important changes that could be made just to change the tenor at many IEP meetings. Again, I think the vast majority, as people have said, go very well. But the slice I see of what's going on in the state is families that have had not great experiences at these meetings. And the power imbalance for a lot of these families is extremely real, as others have discussed. I took a look at some of the concerns, and I haven't read them all. I think you'll hear from, it looks like, quite a few special education directors, and just have a few thoughts and things to highlight. First, I think many of the concerns might be addressed by the amendment, as far as changing the word consensus to really consent. And so it really is, you need to get parental consent, before you go ahead with a change in the IEP. So I think a good number of those concerns might be resolved that way. There were a couple others that were just puzzling to me. One is people thinking that this would increase litigation. I think it's almost certain to have the opposite effect. And if it does increase litigation, well, then it's really the schools that are making the decision that that's the route they need to go. Because what this would do is set up a scenario where a special education director that thought a change needed to be made to a student's program, again, an existing program that's already been agreed upon. So if they wanted to make that change, they just had to bring the parent along. They have to convince the parent that it's in the best interest of their child. And so if they can't do that, then the school will decide, is this important enough for me to force this change over the parent? And right now, the burden's on the parent. If they want to change to the IEP, the burden's on the parent to exercise due process. And that won't change. The burden's also on the parent if they want to stop the school from making a change to the IEP. And this would just treat them equally. So any party that wants to change an already existing IEP has to exercise dispute resolution procedures unless they can just come to consensus. So I just think that it will likely cause these meetings to be more authentically focused on consensus, especially when really difficult things are being discussed. The other piece, there's lots of language in there about holding children hostage and some of the opposition that you're going to hear, that it's not in the best interest of students. And again, I think parents are always coming to these meetings to try and advocate for the best interest of their students. You've heard from organizations today that represent the interests of students. And I think we're fairly unanimous in feeling that this would really be it's a small change. It's not a radical change, but it would really level the playing field and just cause everybody to come into these meetings on a little more equal footing. So with that, I'm happy to talk about anything that's in my written testimony or answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Riley? Sir, just want to say thank you. I don't see any questions, but thank you for your testimony. We appreciate you being here and for your patience in terms of waiting. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Michael Kabidi, and Michael will be speaking for as a proponent.
Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is Michael Kabeda, and I'm Policy Counsel for the ACLU of Maine. On behalf of our members, we urge you to support LD 552 because it would make modest reforms that would help our schools strengthen bonds between students, teachers, and families. The United States Congress passed the Individuals with Disabilities Act, which you've heard about already, to ensure that students receive a, quote, free and appropriate public education. Under this law, districts must fashion an individualized education program, or an IEP, for each child with a disability to set goals, track progress, and provide necessary services. Our state laws make sure that we're living up to this federal obligation by laying out a set of procedures and tools which are suited to the unique circumstances of Maine. This bill would make limited but important changes to state laws to improve the IEP process. The first change this bill proposes would require IEP meetings to be based on consensus. This change is consistent with the federal goal of making sure that, quote, parents and schools should be given expanded opportunities to resolve their disagreements in positive and constructive ways. Disagreements over IEPs are notoriously responsible for costly, time-consuming litigation. As Atlee Riley just testified, this bill is almost certainly going to reduce the amount of litigation that happens as a result of disagreements over IEPs. These disagreements waste scarce public resources and undercut the congressional purpose of reducing distractions for teachers and school staff. Requiring stakeholders to establish consensus should lead to consensus building, compromise, and collaboration, which will in turn allow school staff and parents to work towards their shared goals without leaving anyone out of the final result. The second change that this bill would bring about merely allows the educators who spend all day with the child to weigh in on matters that affect that child's well-being, including these people, the people who are most aware of the child's progress, in conversations about how to move forward is common sense. It would ensure that parents and educators have the information they need to support that child's ongoing development. I urge you to pass this bill, and I am happy to try to answer any of your questions. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Cabetta, and I'm sorry for the mispronouncing your name initially.
No problem. Feel free to use my first name.
Any questions, please, folks? Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your testimony. Thanks for being here this afternoon, and have a great day.
Thank you, Senator.
We do have one person here to speak, neither for nor against, and that would be Erin Frazier.
Sorry, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Representative Rafferty, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and the members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Erin Frazier. I'm the State Director of Special Services Birth to 20, and I'm here today representing the department, speaking neither for nor against LD 552, an act to strengthen individual IEP program process. There are 4 key elements for 552. 2 of these elements point out small grammatical errors that have no implication on any aspect of either federal or state special education regulations. 2 of the elements exceed the requirements of IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, and Maine Unified Special Education Regulations. So on the subsection 13, the changes to the individual education program, user indicates that changes to the IEP be made by consensus and clearly states that if consensus cannot be reached, there must be prior written notice to the parents of proposals or refusals, and that parents have the right to access dispute resolution options that are available to them in their procedural safeguards. User 6.2.1 states the IEP team should work toward consensus, but the SAU has ultimate responsibility to ensure that the child is appropriately evaluated, that the IEP includes the services that the child's needs in order to receive FAPE, and that the child's placement is in the least restrictive educational placement. It's not appropriate to make evaluation, eligibility, IEP, or placement decisions based upon a majority vote. If the team cannot reach consensus, the SAU must provide the parents with prior written notice of schools' proposals or refusals for both. Regarding their child's educational program, and the parents have the right to seek resolution if any disagreements by initiating an impartial due process hearing or state complaint investigation. A public agency has responsibilities to families when consensus cannot be reached. The IEP meeting serves as a communication vehicle between parents and school personnel and enables them as equal participants to make joint informed decisions around their child's special education program. Parents are considered equal partners with school personnel to making these decisions. And the IEP team must consider the parents' concerns and the information that they provide regarding their child in developing, reviewing, and revising IEPs. User 16A and B already allows for any parent, adult, student, or interested party to submit a request for a complaint investigation or dispute regarding the provision of appropriate services to a child. Parents can also file for mediation and/or due process hearing. Furthermore, when someone files a mediation, complaint investigation, or due process hearing, that stay put is in place. The bill does not change or strengthen the IP process that already exists. It does shift the onus of due process proceedings from families to SAU. And this may have a fiscal impact on communities and would likely result in increased due process activity within the state of Maine. That is, something that is projected at this point. Some people might have an idea for or against that. More importantly, though, is the potential for delay of the provision of special education services to children. Both IDEA and MUSE build in safeguards for families when consensus cannot be reached. It is important to acknowledge that it is the SAU that has the ultimate responsibility in the provision of FAPE. My colleagues, both in New Hampshire and Massachusetts, sometimes discuss this delay in the provision of services when they're unable to get a timely consent or when they have challenges receiving that consent for families. The Maine DOE supports families and SAUs in multiple ways around supporting effective communication at IEP meetings. We support through email, phone calls. We have dispute resolution staff that provide information and assistance when informing of them of their rights. They're connected to advocates to support them in understanding their rights. We often refer to Maine Disability Rights or Maine Parent Federation to support their understanding of the IEP process. And then parents are connected to supporting agencies when disagreements occur. We also offer to speak to the SAU in an effort to resolve conflict and increase collaboration. And additionally, Maine DOE is supporting technical assistance to the field in two important ways. First, we're providing statewide training for all special administrators and IEP coordinators around effective tools in IEP team facilitation in order to support consensus building in the IEP team process. Second, the department is supporting the development and training of IEP meeting facilitators to support SAUs and families when communication has become challenging. That's a national trend that's growing throughout the United States, is IEP facilitation. And so we're joining that support for families and SAUs because these decisions are often frequently challenging when you're dealing with your emotions around these situations. So in the second section, sub 14, under the current IDEA rule, in MUSE rule, parents can invite individuals who have direct contact with their child to IEP meetings. And I've listed the IEP IDEA meeting participation. There's certain criteria of who is invited. One of them is the discretion of parents or agency, other individuals who have knowledge or special expertise regarding their child, including related service providers. With respect to this provision, while the law requires that either the parent or the public school has the right to invite additional IEP individuals to an IEP team meeting, it is possible that a parent would have to have someone at the IEP team meeting that neither they nor the public school wanted there because of the individual wanted to attend the IEP meeting. I am specifically referring to the language in this rule because it says anyone who has direct contact with the child can attend at their own request. So the way that is written might need a shift of language given what I've heard from the testimony, that the actual suggestion here is that the allowance of ed techs be considered at an IEP meeting. So I'll just put that out there. In any event, that is my testimony. For these reasons, the Department of Education is neither for or nor against LD 552, an act to strengthen the IEP program process. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Do we have any questions for Ms. Fraser at this time? Yes, Representative Brennan, please. I think you're muted, sir.
I do some of my best work muted. Anyway, Senator, thank you. And Ms. Fraser, thank you for being here. And I assume that you'll be available for the work session. And I just want to, could you explain a little bit more why you think this bill might increase due process on behalf of either the schools or just in general?
Well, as I mentioned, the due process, a lot of if the SAU disagreed with the placement, let's say they were felt really strongly about bringing a child back from a more restrictive placement to the public school. Those are conversations that often go into, there's a lot of challenges for a lot of people in making those transitions back to the least restrictive environment. The onus would be on the school to, go to due process to make sure that they are providing the educational placement they think is appropriate for the child. So I do think that it could increase due process in the SAU trying to initiate the adequate programming that they believe is important as a provision of FAPE. So the onus in the federal law, the onus of the free and appropriate public education is on the SAU. So they're going to potentially be motivated to proceed with that due process in order to make sure the child has a great educational placement. I agree that SAUs work really hard to achieve consensus, and it's it's really important that parents feel like they are a valued member of the team and that they are crucial in the success of any determination you make. But I do think that it could have the potential to increase due process.
Thank you. Thank you.
I also think it could be challenging for the parents to have the due process initiated by the SAU. I think it could feel intimidating.
Thank you.
Any other questions at this time, folks? Ms. Frazier, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate your testimony, your knowledge, and have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
The last set of speakers are those speaking in opposition to LD 552. And the first up will be Deborah Murphy, and Deborah will be followed by Eileen King and Jill Adams.
I don't see Deborah in the attendees room, Senator, so I'll reach out to her again and see if she still plans on testifying live. Would you like to skip to Eileen King in the meantime?
Please, thank you very much. Then.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. I am Eileen King, Deputy Executive Director of the Maine School Management Association, testifying on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and Maine School Superintendents Association in opposition of LD 552. In a perfect world, there would be agreement among all parties about what is best for a child in the school setting. But that is not always the case, and ultimately is the school's responsibility to make the decision about appropriate course of action. To do otherwise would leave a child in limbo when it comes to services, or worse, receiving services that no longer are appropriate. That is a very real possibility under LD 552 and violates the most basic premise of first, do no harm. We are also worried about the bill expanding participation in the IEP team meeting by allowing any member of the team to request the presence of the child's teachers and educational technicians. Law already requires a special educator and a regular ed teacher of the child be in attendance, but the bill still opens that up to others. As administrators working in concert with building and principals, we have to make sure staff are where they need to be to keep all students safe and supervised, and this bill would prevent us from meeting that obligation. We've also reviewed the amendment from the sponsor, and we have some other concerns that are not part of our testimony. And one of the questions is that what happens when a parent is disengaged and we can't get consent? And the superintendents and boards were concerned that that would just tie the district's hands of doing anything if it's required written consent. The other question we had was, well, how do we handle divorced parents? In a situation where one parent gives consent and the other doesn't give consent, what are SAUs required to do in that situation? Maine regulations currently establish rules on what to do, and it kind of goes against some of the language in the bill that I just want to point out. In the event that one parent grants consent and the other parent refuses, the SAU is obligated to initiate the action for which consent has been granted. So it's just a little confusing about how schools will move forward when consent has or has not been granted. And then the other clarification is what Aaron Fraser did mention was clarifying the direct contact, what direct contact is. I think that would be very helpful. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions at this time for Ms. King? Ms. King, I have one. I believe you made a statement, and correct me if I'm wrong, that schools might be somehow limited in terms of keeping the rest of the building appropriately supervised?
Well, one of the, sorry, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Why would that be?
One of the concerns, if I reflect on my practice as a teacher, as a principal, and as a superintendent, our special ed staff, our ed techs worked with a variety of different children and a variety of different groups. And there would be times very possibly that we held IEPs during the day quite often that where they needed to be with another child to meet that child's IEP. So that was a concern on how that we would make that happen.
Thanks for the clarification. Any other questions at this time? Ms. King, again, thank you for being here. Thanks for your testimony. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
And any luck with Deborah, Sam?
Not yet, Senator. Nothing yet.
Okay, thank you. Then let's invite Jill Adams, and Jill is an opponent of the bill. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon again, everyone. I hope you all get to leave before the sun goes down because it's actually beautiful out there. So, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Jill Adams, and I am the Executive Director of the Maine Administrators of Services for Children with Disabilities, MADSAC. MADSAC is a membership association for the special education administrators across the state of Maine. MADSAC is offering testimony in opposition to LD 552. I think you've received a lot of testimony on this bill from special education administrators and special educators. They all asked me to read their testimony, and I assured them that you would read it so that you won't have to go through that. So. They are unable to attend today, many of them, because they're providing services to children in our schools and cannot leave. So, which I think probably is where they really need to be. So I don't want to read my testimony because a lot of it has been covered. I think my biggest piece around this is that schools have the responsibility to ensure that IEPs include the services the child needs in order to receive FAPE, a free appropriate public education, and that the child's placement to receive these services is in the least restrictive educational placement. Those are difficult things for parents to understand. It's difficult sometimes even for educators to understand. But that is our legal responsibility to that child. I call it the contract with the child. And it's required that we do that. Now, if we have an IEP team meeting and we're all sitting around the table, parents are so important. I said parents are extremely important to the IEP process. Their input is invaluable. They come with an expertise about their child. The input of educators, though, and related service providers is also important and invaluable. They come with an expertise in specialized instruction, interventions, and accommodations for students, as well as an understanding of the learning environment that child is attending in. So most IEP team meetings end very, very well. I was a special ed administrator for over 20 years. I had 2 situations where I, as a special ed administrator, we couldn't come to some sort of an agreement. I actually asked for a mediation. As long as the parent agrees to mediation, you can go ahead and do mediation. So we were able to do that, and we were able to come to a consensus together to figure out where we wanted to go from there with those students. I was very lucky. It worked out for me. It doesn't always. But I think the big piece is the difficulty here is if the school is responsible for this, it can be held up by having to have the parent agree. And if the school is responsible, do we say, oh, no, we'll go with what the parent wants, even though it's less than what we're required to provide? I would hope that we would not do that. But at the same time, if we don't do that, if we don't try some things, I guess we would try to go to mediation. Schools can't go to complaint. So then you're in a due process, which is a very costly event. So there are so many moving parts to this. It isn't one side or the other. I would hope that in most cases, and I think in most cases we do, the IEP comes to consensus. Is it a difficult, process for parents? Yes, it is. I had a child that I went to IEP team meetings on, and you would think, I know the law. It's still overwhelming because it's an emotional situation that you're in. It's your child, it's your diamond, and you want everything there is for that kiddo. And when somebody says, well, I think we could stretch them a little bit, and I think maybe they ought to try this, and you say, no, 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 things are working just fine the way they are right now, don't move them. But it's important that we stretch the kiddos and we make them as independent as possible and in the least restrictive environment. So those are some of the things that I feel about this. I mean, I can understand some pieces. Now, there is another piece which I think several people have brought up. If we do go to this having parents written consent, we have some very involved parents that are wonderful to work with in IEP team meetings, and they have all their child's best interest at heart. And they come to all the meetings, and we'll have no problem getting their consent if they're agreeing to what we're doing. But we also have some parents that, for whatever reason, and we try very hard to engage parents in as many ways as we can. And actually, we're required to document at least 3 ways we've tried to contact them to get them to a meeting. And I will tell you, this has been a positive with the virtual. We have had, in some school districts, I've had directors report to me that with the virtual IEP team meetings, we've had more parents in attendance. So that's a new good thing that's happened with the virtual remote. But we still have some parents that we really have a difficult time getting hold of. I would not want to see a child's program held up or a school having to go to the nth degree to try to chase parents to get a signature. So that's something we need to think about if this is the direction folks go. Let's see. I did also have the piece about 2 parents being in disagreement because I have been in that situation. It is not a comfortable situation, but in some way we have to figure out if one wants the change and one doesn't want the change, who we go with. And most of them usually have equal educational rights. So the second part of this bill around folks coming to IEP meetings is going to create staffing and programming problems. I'm not exactly sure how we solve all that. SAUs need to have the ability to assign staff to make sure all children are safe and continue to learn. Both the Maine special ed regs and our federal regs list who are the required members that need to be in attendance at an IEP team meeting being held. Current rule allows a parent to invite anyone to the IEP meeting that the parent has determined has knowledge or expertise regarding the child, and the school has the same abilities. SEUs do not have enough time to have all the IEP team meetings after school or before school. So some of them do happen during the day. So that is a problem because we have other students that are still getting services. And if we pull them from those services, whether it be an educational technician or another teacher, then we have to provide substitutes. And I can tell you right now, we do not have substitutes. So the programming, and if those children miss enough programming, then we have to make up that programming with those children. That's called compensatory services if that parent's not happy, because they can say, we didn't provide that child with their services, the other child. So that's part of the issue with having anybody that wants to or is invited to attend. So in most cases, most schools, or at least the schools I was connected with, and I know from other directors the same, they collect information from all of the people that work with the student. Usually an educational technician will have been taking notes or data or information on what they're doing with that child and where that child is in their progress. The same with, say, it's a middle school student and they have 4 different teachers. There may be only one classroom teacher that attends, but somebody else collects all the information from the other teachers, along with any concerns they might have about that child in their classroom and what they might suggest for accommodations. So those kinds of things, I believe, go on a regular basis. I'm not saying that every school does it that way, but we certainly did it that way. And I think there are a lot of schools that do. So there is communication that occurs for those kinds of things. I know it is difficult to not have everyone at every IEP team meeting, but I can tell you that there are districts that have 500 to 1,000 IEP meetings a year. They have a lot. And on some students, they meet almost monthly, those students that have a lot of issues. The other concern around the parent in signing an IEP, and I don't know exactly how we can correct this one, is there are times when there are safety issues in schools with a student. And maybe the student needs to be moved to a more restrictive setting, something. We call it an emergency IEP team meeting. Parents may come, they may not come. But if we have to wait for a signature from a parent to make that placement, then that child, I'm not sure, we've got to somehow make sure that child is in a safe environment, the child is safe and the staff are safe. So, and I don't like to put students out of school. I want them in school. We want them to be getting programming. But time frames are really important when you're dealing with children, and the reaction time of when you have to make, as it is an IEP time, takes quite a long time. You have the IEP team meeting, we can call those. If the parent won't give us permission to hold it quickly, we have to wait 7 days to give them 7 days notice. You have the IEP team meeting, make some determinations. If the parent's not there, you're not going to get a signature then. And if they're not there, you're going to have to give them 7 days written notice of the changes that you're doing anyway. So it takes a long time to make the process work if a parent is not totally involved and we don't have the parent right there to do that signature and work, consent to things. So those are just some of the areas we have some concerns about and how we're going to handle. And I'm sure somehow it would all be worked out, because special ed, we work things out because we don't have a choice. We need to service these children. So I think that's all I have, unless folks have questions.
Any questions? I can't help but ask one myself.
Okay.
So this team that comes together to host an IEP, aren't they viewed as an educational team to best serve that child?
Yes.
Okay, then why wouldn't a parent be part of that team or considered part of that team?
They are.
Well, okay, so then the holdup would be potentially whether they weren't on board with
They weren't on board, or they're not there. I would love to have every parent come to an IEP team meeting,
Okay,
Senator, but that always doesn't happen.
thank you for that clarification.
Mhm.
Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator. And Ms. Adams, thank you for your testimony. I know you probably summarized for a whole bunch of other people, so thank you for doing that. It was mentioned a little bit earlier that New Hampshire has a law that covers many of the things that are being introduced here in this law. And could you reflect on how well that's been working in New Hampshire?
I did speak to my colleague in New Hampshire, and she said it makes things difficult at times. And it does take time away from getting programs to kiddos sometimes. They have had some increased litigation, but I couldn't tell you the amount. I would have to talk to a few other people. But that was just a quick, because I didn't know this came from New Hampshire till the other night. So.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Any other questions of Ms. Adams before she? Representative McCray.
Coming. There we go. Good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Ms. Adams.
You too.
Are districts more likely to seek due process than parents, or vice versa?
Well, I've got to think how to phrase this. Districts do not usually seek due process because they're, except maybe around evaluations. If they can't get parental permission to evaluate and they really feel a child needs to be evaluated, they can do due process for that. Usually, because of the way our law is written, that allows the school to make the last determination, then usually the IEP that goes into effect is the one the school tried to come to consensus with, and they couldn't come to consensus, and that one goes into effect. So we usually then it ends that the parent would be the one to do due process. Now, I always felt, and I know there are other directors out there that do this, and I know this is something that I always tell new special ed administrators. If I'm feeling like there's a conflict between the parent and the school around something, many times I asked for a mediation, because what a mediation does is somebody from that is contracted with the department who has mediation skills comes into your district, and the parents and you get together and you talk about what the issues are. And usually it takes time. It's not something that happens overnight, but I always looked at the parents as I was going to have them for the next 10, 12, 13 years as a director, that I was going to have to work with them. And I would much rather be able to work collaboratively with somebody, especially to get what a child needs, than to be in conflict. So, and you can ask for those without It doesn't have to be something major. You can, if you're just stuck on something. I used to say to the parent, there is this process where we can have somebody that knows nothing about you and nothing about me. And I always took the blame. I would say, maybe I've got my feet stuck in the mud and I can't look at it from your side of the view. So let's sit down with somebody else that might have a more open view of things. It worked in those cases. It does not always work. And it gets much more difficult when you get to the next levels, especially when you get lawyers and involved. I'm just being honest. And then it gets very expensive as well. Does that answer your question, Representative?
I think so, yes, thank you.
Any other questions, please, while we have Ms. Adams here? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Take care and have a great evening.
You too.
Sam, am I correct in that Ms. Adams was our last testimony?
You mean you didn't see the second page, Senator?
No,
that's it. That's it.
All right. Did I see Sam Baker on there? Well, thank you. I'm going to call the hearing on LD 552 to a close. Folks, thank you very much for your day today. Let's chat a little bit about any questions or issues moving forward. I see Hillary has come up. Representative McCray.
Just a quick observation. All afternoon, you have been wishing people to have a good afternoon, except Miss Adams. Have a good evening.
Well, somebody said something about it getting, it's still light out, or I don't know. I can't remember. I guess we're going into the evening. It's near 5 o'clock. I'll call it near evening. Any issues or questions or concerns? Folks, if you have any, please don't hesitate to reach out. I'll do my best. And at some point, I'm still trying to track down some phone numbers, but I can do that. Representative Brennan, we're still on for tonight?
Yes, we are. And I just wanted to know, because I was looking at a different schedule, but Wednesday, we do have, what is it, Hillary, 7 public hearings? And,
Yes.
and is that 3 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon, or?
Yes, so the plan for Wednesday is that you were going to set them all at 10 o'clock because you weren't sure exactly how long they'd go, but that you take a break around noon for lunch. I do know there was a request, I believe, from Representative Millette that her LD 705 goes first that morning. I would defer to Sam Baker if there are any other requests in terms of order. But if not, we can also send out an email to the IP list and all the sponsors with an order if you would like to do so.
Okay.
And
but hopefully we will be able to stay within a 2-hour framework in the morning and a 2-hour or slightly more framework in the afternoon. So.
Thank you.
My only question is for Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, Representative Stern, Senator Woodsum. Are you trying to still meet for scheduling this evening? Or do you want to meet tomorrow morning?
No, we're planning on doing it right now.
I can do it if you give me 3 minutes.
We'll be over by then.
Let's do it now if we can. And thank you folks very much for a great day. Appreciate it. Take care.
Have a good evening.
Hillary, do you want me to send out a schedule?
Yeah, do you mind?
Yeah. Okay, no
Thanks.
problem. I'll do that right now.
So Sam, you're sending us a separate link, right?
Yep, it'll be there in like 2 minutes.
Well, make it 3 minutes.
For Representative Stearns, okay.
Oh, I hope he knows that. Yeah, he will.